welcome each and every one of you for the two-day hybrid international conference titled Rhetoric of Resilience, Impact of Trauma on Language, Memory, and Cultural Narratives, and is organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, the Department of English Shift 1, and the Department of BA English Shift 2 of Sri Shankarlal Sundarlal Sasani Jain College for Women, in collaboration with the All India Forum for English Students, Scholars, and Trainers.
Marie?
Yes, ma'am. Here.
Yeah.
Shall we begin with the session? We'll start the session, ma'am.
Yeah. Is there a prayer?
May I start the prayer? Namo Hariyandanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajayanam, Namo Lohe Savasahunam, Yesu Panchanamukaro, Sava Papa Vanashano, Mangalananche Savesim. Paramanghavai Mangalam. Paramanghavai Mangalam.
Mariam, please take over the session.
Dear participants, welcome to the day 2 of our international conference. Today, we'll begin with plenary session 3 by Dr. Manu Mangatu. Here is a brief note about him. Dr. Manu Mangatu is an English professor, poet, editor, lyricist, film critic, research consultant, and publishing expert. His publication profile includes 11 books, 83 international research publications, 107 academic papers, and 29 edited volumes with reputed publishers. As a publishing expert, he works with Routledge, HarperCollins, Harvard University Press, Penguin, Smashwords, and Scribd. He performs editorial duties for various international journals and is on the syllabus revision and approval committees of many universities. During his stint as an assistant professor of English, he has done UGC funded research projects and a Swayam MOOC course on romantic literature. In 2017, he concluded a UGC funded research project on Sachin Tendulkar as an aesthetic experience, exploring the convergence of aesthetics and sports. He is interested in translations of English, Chinese, Indian, and Sanskrit literature. The Chinese Poetry Conglomerate named him Comrade to Poetry China in 2016 for his role in promoting Chinese poetry in the West. A visiting faculty at various universities, and a quintessential bohemian vagabond, he conducts poetry readings, workshops, and lectures. He won the prestigious Most Read and Recommended Researcher Award during the years 2018, 2019, and 2020, with close to 10,000 recommendations garnered throughout his career. He offers part-time research guidance to 27 research scholars from India, Iran, Australia, KSA, Indonesia, and Djibouti. Recently, he successfully mentored a 6-month online research mentorship program on romantic literature 21st century perspectives in collaboration with creative writing departments at 8 international universities. He is a NARC peer team member and guide, and he guides universities and colleges to prepare for NARC visits. We are happy to have you here, sir. Now you can take over the session.
Thank you, Ms. Mariam, for that kind words of invitation and introduction. I hope I am audible and visible. Now, I'm happy to see so many faces. It's always a pleasure meeting people rather than talking to icons. So again, the organizers have already asked you to please turn your videos on. A humble request from my part as well. Would absolutely love if I can do turn your videos on. Now, let's the top. Give me a moment. Sorry for that brief commercial break induced by a lot of children around me. So my dear friends, last one day we have been listening to trauma, and I hope it wasn't a traumatic experience though. I'm very happy to be here, a little traumatized as well, because the topic is trauma, and I wouldn't say that it was an easy experience. In fact, I would confide at the outset that I had great difficulty preparing for this lecture. On the one hand, this is one lecture I always wanted to give. On the other hand, this is one lecture that I have had the greatest difficulty preparing. The process of preparing itself was tough, because this lecture is about trauma. Trauma is an experience, the single most horrifying experience ever, defined as undefinable, represented as the unrepresentable. Trauma is not theory, it's not teaching, it's not a lecture, it's life. Life at its toughest, at its worst. Yesterday we celebrated Women's Day, and I can see a few sleep deprived faces. We have had Shivratri, Mahashivratri festival as well. And we yesterday had the opportunity to listen to three powerful lectures on trauma, on memory, on silence, on resilience, on violence, by three wonderful women from three different shades of life. Women, then those three lectures hosted by a women's college and planned and coordinated by a host of brilliant women, capably handled by two cool-headed, level-headed conveners, Professor Chandini and Professor Mariam. So I would like to commence this lecture paying my tributes to one of the most powerful women of the 20th and early 21st centuries. Someone who famously said, "Nothing so frightens me as writing, but nothing so satisfies me either." Who also wrote, the purpose of her writing was to relive the agony, the anguish, the storm and the stress, Sturm und Drang. Someone who did not find the writing process cathartic, rather simply found relief in telling the truth. One of whose autobiographies is titled The Heart of a Woman. I'm not sure if you can identify the person I'm talking about. If you can, that would be wonderful, because I haven't mentioned the one book and the one name that defines her. I'm talking about Maya Angelou, the author who has 7 autobiographies to her credit, the author who has, along with the autobiography that I just mentioned, The Heart of a Woman, she has another very famous autobiography, which has probably the most beautiful and the most poetic titles of all, in all autobiographies. I know why the caged bird sings. Some of us may be familiar with what made Maya Angelou a poet and a powerful voice. Some of us may not be. When she was just 7 years old, living at St. Louis, Missouri, with her mother's boyfriend, Mr. Freeman, she was brutally and sexually and terrifyingly assaulted by Mr. Freeman, an extremely disturbing and traumatizing event, something which had a profound and lasting impact on her, to such an extent that what she felt through the initial years was an immense sense of guilt, a sense of confusion. So after this incident, she confided in her old brother Bailey about this incident. Subsequently, Freeman was arrested and jailed. And before his trial, he was released and he was found dead shortly afterwards. It is believed that Angelou's uncle sought revenge. The death of this man dealt a greater trauma to Maya Angelou, greater anguish, greater confusion. What she internalized from all these was a sense of guilt and a sense of silence, believing that it was her voice that had contributed to the tragedy of Mr. Freeman. She became selectively muted for 5 long years. And there comes that beautiful quotation. I thought my voice killed him. I killed that man because I told his name. And then I thought I would never speak again because my voice would kill anyone. This is what she understood. A 7-year-old girl, nothing to say. She could as well have understood so many other even worse things, but this is what she understood, that she should keep herself mute. Even if she is visible, like us who don't have the permission to mute ourselves, she imposed a self imposed mute on herself. And this is the phase of her life when we find music, literature, poetry, arts, Shakespeare, Milton, all these people having a profound influence on her life. She would say, music was my refuge. I could crawl into the space between the notes, musical notes, and curl my back to loneliness. Loneliness is something that people who are victimized usually feel. And it was during this very period of silence when Maya Angelou developed her extraordinary memory, her love for books and literature, and her ability to listen, to observe, and perceive the world around her. She began to discover the power of words as a means of expression and as a means of healing. Her transformation from a silenced and traumatized child to a celebrated poet is being the unbelievable, the impossible, a testament to her resilience. Yesterday, we had a wonderful lecture on how resilience combined with silence can be, a dangerous portion in trauma. So, the cathartic power of art. Now, the example tells us about the cathartic power of art. Even, you know, as an instance where trauma becomes a boon. My dear friends, cathartic power of art is something that Maya Angelou herself disapproved of. She didn't say that writing was cathartic for her. She simply said, I'm telling the truth, and I believe that truth is healing, truth is liberating. She never believed in the cathartic power of art. And though I or you or people who are interested in literature and arts would absolutely love to see the cathartic power of art, it may not exactly work, at least when it comes to trauma. It's not that cathartic. Look at the title of the lecture. Title is romantic. It is romanticizing the idea of trauma, liberating inarticulate memories, the cathartic art of the martyred. This is the title of my lecture. If you could look at that title a bit closer, you can find that the word art is repeated 5 times in that title. And I purposely did it. It's a wordplay, just a wordplay. But it is much more than a wordplay, my dear friends, and it is not a play. It is not a play. When trauma is the topic, it is not a play. Ask victims of trauma, ask psychiatrists. They would say this is the Maya Angelou story is a one off. We love stories with a happy ending. We love to romanticize and aestheticize things. We would say that, Keats's, lung hemorrhage and his tuberculosis was a romantic malady and a divineness. We would say that Dostoevsky's fits of madness were part of what constituted and made him the greatest novelist of all times. We tend to romanticize and aestheticize things, but that's not how life works. At least that's not how trauma works. What is this thing called life? It's an absolutely mixed bag, envisioned as a web of joys and sorrows. And despite our best efforts, the bad and the sad are intertwined and commingled with the good and the pleasurable. And we have this eerie feeling that the bad and the sad easily overtake the good and the pleasurable most often. We know the Epicurean philosophy, the ancient times, the ancient world, 340 BC, 320 BC, he would say that pleasure is the only intrinsic value. And what is the essence of life according to we know the famous definition of what Epicureanism is all about. Eat, drink, and make merry, for tomorrow you and I and we all will die. Eat, drink, and make merry. Man does everything for the sake of gaining pleasure. What is good is what is pleasurable. What is bad is what is painful. Epicureanism. From Epicureanism, if we move to utilitarianism, Jeremy Bentham, 1848 to 1832, somebody who lived through the Romantic movement. Jeremy Bentham, it caught similar views, albeit in totally different terms. He would say nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. Two sovereign masters that govern our lives. The pleasure pain principle, something that cannot be overstated, something that has been repeated over and over again in our discussions on Sigmund Freud, in our discussions on psychoanalysis, psychology, the pleasure pain principle. It dominates, it controls human thought and actions. And it was upon this basic premise of pleasure pain principle that the irresistible Sigmund Freud later established his psychoanalytical empire. According to Sigmund Freud, this pleasure pain principle, represents man's instinctive desire to seek pleasure and avoid pain in order to fulfill his biological, psychological requirements. Now, what does art say? I find something immensely and tragically paradoxical about what art. feels about this pleasure pain principle. We call art a representation of life, an imitation of life. Yes, it is a representation of life. Yes, it is an attempt at imitating life, but art tells an altogether different tale. Why? Unlike in real life, in the world of art, painful situations yield pleasure. We go and watch a tragedy and we say it is a pleasurable experience. Does that mean we are sadists? Does that mean we are masochists? No. Why? Pity and fear transmute into something delightful and immensely enjoyable, catharsis. Art seems to possess this special ability to free emotional states from their connection with our ego. These emotional states, however tragic and disturbing they may be, turn out to be pleasurable. Aristotle termed this experience catharsis. We may argue that catharsis works against the pleasure pain principle. We may argue. If we analyze catharsis closely, we will see that. I'm not going into catharsis any further, the definitions and the interpretations and the explanations of what Aristotle said in his series, complete in itself of a certain magnitude through pity and fear, evoking catharsis of these and such like it, all those things. Not going into those. Catharsis is not merely an unusual experience. It is also and inevitably a contradictory experience. Paradox underlies catharsis. Contradiction underlies catharsis. How else can one explain the process of tragic suffering yielding immediate pleasure to the audience? Hope you would agree, at least for the time being, that there is something contradictory or paradoxical about this idea of catharsis. If you have anything against it, please feel free to share. No issues. Now, what is a different challenges to an artist and a scientist? Let us take a scientist. For a scientist, a contradiction could mean that something has gone terribly wrong, that there is something incompatible in his observations and inferences. It represents for the scientist an impasse, an aporia, a deadlock. He can retreat, but there is no going forward. For the scientist, once there is a contradiction, there is no going forward. On the other hand, for an artist, a contradiction is usually a blissful state, one that takes him to ineffable states of mind. Bidding goodbye to reason, the artist's imagination can soar high when he encounters a contradiction, high and wide, exploring and ravishing experiences otherwise unavailable in his mundane conventional life. What I'm trying to say is contradiction appeals and applies differently to the artist and the scientist. And by extension, I would also say contradiction appeals differently to the reason and to the emotion, to the brain and to the heart. What the rational brain perceives as a contradiction and hence an impasse is a blissful one for the imaginative, artistic, emotional mind. I mean, it's tempting, not just interesting, it is tempting to explore other disciplines where contradictory states are cherished and enjoyed. A cursory glance at the diverse spheres of human activity where emotion rather than reason is dominant tells us that tells us that there are illuminating parallels elsewhere. You can draw illuminating parallels between cathartic experiences and so many other experiences as well, in the sense that they are contradictory in nature, in the sense that contradiction yields pleasure. Think about it. Think about, let's say, let's briefly discuss a couple of them at least. Think about mystical experiences. Think about musical experiences. Catharsis or the aesthetic, the musical and the mystical have many things in common. How do we define music? How do we define a mystical experience? Terms such as ecstasy, bliss, otherworldliness, and ineffability are commonly employed to describe these experiences. That musical experience, oh my God, listening to him, it was pure magic, but I don't know how to express it. It's beyond my words. That godly experience, being in the presence of God, listening to God, it's another worldly experience, a laukika experience. The rasanupava, the aesthetic bliss, the cathartic experience is an alaukika experience, something that doesn't belong to this world. Why? Because words of this world are insufficient to represent them. And that's why these experiences thrive largely on a harmonization of opposites. In real life, contradictions can be perplexing and exasperating. In arts, in music, in mystical experiences, contradictions are felt as blissful and rewarding. Maybe I should explore it in a little bit more detail. Think about mystical experiences. Now, what is mysticism? Etymologically speaking, mysticism is related to mystery. In philosophical terms, mysticism is the tendency and desire of the human soul towards an ultimate and intimate union with the divine. The human soul seems to have an aspiration towards absolute truth and infinite good. Intelligence and rationality tend to fail here. It's not the sphere of intelligence. People say, religious people would say that don't try to understand God with your brain, don't try to understand God with your intelligence. No. So, what man cannot know by natural reason, he tries to know through revelation and faith. Across religions, the faithful believe that the ultimate end, the ultimate purpose, goal of human life is a direct vision of God, the beatific vision, direct meeting God one to one, face to face. Nothing more beautiful than that, but nothing more difficult and more tragic than that as well. In our epics, we have seen what happens when the God presents himself or appears before the devotee. The devotee instantly falls unconscious. It's like the sun, it's like when we go near the sun, it's too much for us. We are nowhere close to, beauty and grace and holiness of God. Man cannot survive. And that is why, without exhibiting their Vishwarupa, their frame, gods would appear as humans so that our human eyes don't get hurt. The beatific vision. However, this can be reached only after the end of this life, maybe after death, or probably in the next life after death. To some people, however, even in the present life, God gives a very special grace by which they are enabled to feel his essence. This is true mystical contemplation. I'm not preaching religion, I'm not preaching any religion. That's not the idea. The point is to understand what a mystical experience is. And in this act of mysticism, there is no annihilation or absorption of the creative to the creator. The created is not absorbed into the creator. No. Rather, the creator becomes intimately present and available to the created, giving the human soul ineffable joy and exhilaration. This is mystical experience. Now, William James, in his 1985 book on religious experience, titled The Varieties of Religious Experience, points out that mystical literature, such contradictory phrases as dazzling obscurity, whispering silence, teeming desert are continually met with. Now, literature people would call these oxymoron, teeming desert, dazzling obscurity. These are oxymora for us. Now, who is this William James? Who is this William James? Dear friends, we know some James, but who is this William James? Do we know us? I will give you the answer. He is a father and a brother. Yeah, most men are fathers and brothers, isn't it so? So that's not a great reply. Don't you feel so? I would say he's a father and a brother. To whom? To, he's the father of American psychology, and he's the brother of the prominent novelist Henry James,
Henry
the
James.
brother of the great, wonderful American diarist Alice James. Exactly. Henry James and Alice James. So he's a brother and he's a father of modern American psychology. Just a food for thought. Saint Denis, the Areopagite, speaks of the brilliant darkness of a hidden silence, the brilliant darkness of hidden silence to describe mystical experience. Now, we know these are deliberately paradoxical. It is not that there are no other words to represent a mystical experience, but somehow we get the impression that these people are making it deliberately paradoxical, but they have a purpose in order to transcend metaphysical discourse itself. Because every utterance about God falls short of God infinitely. God is infinity. So every expression of God, every definition of God, every utterance about God fails infinitely. Infinitely. The deconstructive way of looking at things may be deferred and deferred infinitely, indefinitely. In other words, phrases like God is a brilliant darkness are attempts to convey the failure of human language to convey what God is. Gregory Nassanian, another wonderful writer on religious experiences, he claims that there is an undivided division and differentiated unity in mystical experiences. There are so many examples. I would suggest reading at least this book by William James, because if those who are interested in mystical literature, not mystical experience, mystical literature, because he analyzes a lot of examples, and brings forth some amazingly beautiful findings. Now, I'll quickly shift to music. In jazz music, we come across the expression less is more. Less is more. Meaning that one can often express more as a musician by leaving notes out than by adding new notes. You can express more as a musician by extracting musical notes rather than by adding musical notes. By playing less, you play more. Definitely, when you think about jazz music, there is an asceticism, there is something even mystical about jazz music, a feeling that one is approaching, what can I say? One is approaching musical truth, if such a phrase, musical truth by playing less. A feeling that what is implied but not said is as important or even more important than what is said, what is played. Not for nothing did that pensive, melancholic boy in the early decades of the 19th century wrote that heard melodies are sweet, those unheard are sweeter. About Mozart, the musical fraternity would say his gravity soars and his lightness is infinitely grave. See how many contradictory, paradoxical ideas are brought into that single sentence. His gravity soars, gravity is something that pulls you down, it soars, and his lightness is infinitely grave. Jonathan Harvey, the English composer, he argues that all mutually exclusive and plausible opposites converge in music. Opposites tend to converge in music. I I was interested in Tyagaraja, the mystical poet saint of India. And while reading about Tyagaraja's musical genius, I came across a wonderful book by William J. Jackson. And there, as the deceiving balance, or the deceiving balancing act of obscurity and clarity. What are we talking about? Contradictions, paradoxes, oxymoron. Friedrich Nietzsche, in his Birth of Tragedy, gives an even better systematic attempt to demonstrate the contradiction of music. Yeah, we know the Birth of Tragedy as more about maybe literature, the Apollonian and the Dionysiac, all those beautiful ideas, but it's also and much more about musical experience. So, in that book, Nietzsche dwells on the primal contradiction that underlies all music. Primal contradiction underlies all music. Friedrich Nietzsche. Elsewhere, he refers to the phenomenon jubilation tears, tormented cries from the breast. Think of the harmonization of opposites. Schelling saw music as a representation of the infinite in the finite, the universal in the particular. Where are we going? I think we are going astray. Let's come back. Now, what is this paradoxical struggle talking about? A paradoxical struggle characterizes any attempt at reflecting on the uncanny relationship between linguistic representations and the expressions of intense emotions and situations. Keeping it simple, paradox happens when we try to express intense emotional situations using language. Take pain, for example. Elaine Scarry, that would be the name that would first come to our mind when we think about pain. Elaine Scarry, that book, 1985 book. She notes that pain can be used to both make and unmake an identity. Pain's destructuring and destructive force can be complemented by the reconstructive potential of the imagination, at once destructive and constructive. No, I don't mean romanticizing or sensationalizing trauma. That is not the point here. I'm just looking at how language tries to represent trauma, how language uses paradox and irony and contradiction and oxymora to in its failed attempt to represent trauma. My dear friends, relationship between trauma and language is a bad relationship. It's a bad relationship. Trauma theory is at odds with language. Or I would, to make it sound more theoretical, I would say there is a tension between trauma and language. People like Kathy Caruth argue that traumatic experiences are often too overwhelming to be expressed in words. We discussed this yesterday as well, so I'm not going into that. According to Caruth, the sudden and intense nature of trauma makes it difficult to articulate. There are so many theorists. We have people like Kathy Caruth and Lakapra and so many psychologists and psychiatrists talking about the ineffability of traumatic experiences. Let's forget all of them. We don't need a lot of theory because trauma is, after all, an experience. Let's look at language. Let's look at how we learn and use language, my dear friends. It appears that language is somewhat disconnected from our experiences. Not primarily so, but if we look closely at it, our language rarely manifests what we want to say, or our language rarely, if not never, manifests what we want to express. Not just for those who have experienced trauma, one of us, every one of us have found trauma failing when it comes to expressing our lived reality. While trauma is extremely painful and uniquely tragic, the struggle to put it into words is not exclusive to those who have been victims of trauma. It's a challenge that everyone faces. We all share that challenge when trying to express our experiences through language. If you want to theorize further, you can say we all have two types of interpersonal experiences. One, the actual lived experience that we experience in real life. And two, the experience something verbally represented by language. One is the lived experience. The second one is the experience that we manage to represent through language. Both are not the same. We wish that they are the same, but they are not the same. If I borrow T.S. Eliot's idea of association and dissociation of sensibility, I know it's a far-fetched comparison, but I think it is useful for understanding this idea. Look at the idea of association, dissociation of sensibility that T.S. Eliot used when he spoke about the metaphysical poets, and how there happened a dissociation of sensibility after the metaphysical poets, when the metaphysical poets could both think and feel at the same time. After them, people could either feel or think. They couldn't do both. Something similar. I'm trying to describe that when I say that something, the dissociation of sensibility happens in this scenario as well. What is this? I would argue that when we are born, when we are children, we have only one type of experience. What is it? The real lived experience. However, as we learn language, a dissociation creeps into our experiences. My dear friends, yeah, language is a wonderful tool. It represents wonderfully all good. But when language, I always get the feeling that language is a double-edged sword. It has a lot of edges. It has a lot of edges because, until we have language, we have only one experience, the lived experience. But once we have language, a dissociation creeps into our experiences. Force and wholeness and comprehensibility, no, comprehensiveness, yeah, of our experiences get corrupted and cleaved. Language forces a chasm between experiences as lived and represented. There is a huge difference between lived experience and represented experience. Now, in normal circumstances, we don't experience this dissociation. It is not very evident. We think that we are able to manage through language. Language expresses our reality. But when trauma happens, this gulf, this gap between what we feel and what we can communicate widens into a huge gulf. Probably this is one way to look at what happens when we try to express trauma. The gap between what we manage to express and what we experience is too big that it becomes inarticulate, it becomes ineffable, it becomes the unrepresentable. The narratives we use to describe or explain trauma fail, as the lived past and the narrated past are extremely discrepant. There is one thing called the lived past, and there is another thing called the narrated past. And sometimes there is no connection between the two. This is because the linguistic resources of our culture are insufficient to explain overwhelming experiences. It could be the case. Language fails because language doesn't have the necessary words. This is what, yesterday when we were hearing harrowing experiences from the Auschwitz, what the doctors did, and those children, that child who was killed by the nurse, all those things, we realize that we can describe it, we cannot express it through language. So many things are ineffable because our linguistic resources are grossly inadequate to explain these overwhelming experiences. When a person says, I can't express in words what happened, might just as well be saying, the language I am familiar with, the language I with you, does not have the words and phrases to describe what I went through. And he or she is right. Even the best and the most subtle language is only a rough approximation of lived experience, a rough approximation, somewhere around the vicinity of the real. Read these things in, if you want a lot of theory, read Jacques Lacan. He would tell us what the real is and how language fails to represent the real. And it's interesting, extremely difficult as well to understand. So I don't want you to pull you into that abyss. We are already talking about trauma, and you are into double trauma by listening to this narrative trauma at a third level of trauma by reading Lacan along with it. No, let us stop this here. Let us think a little bit about literature. If we give Shakespeare a chance to describe trauma, Shakespeare, the greatest of our writers, if he were to express trauma, I don't know how he would have done it, but when I read this Hamlet, certain parts of Hamlet, I get a feeling that Shakespeare's description comes close, at least metaphorically, to how we would want to express trauma. Somebody who has been a victim of trauma could very easily say something like, to be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing, end them, to die, to sleep no more. And by a sleep, to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks. I think these 1,000 natural shocks are the triggers and the tremors that a person in trauma undergoes. That flesh is hair too. It is a consummation. What? Death. It is a consummation, devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep, perchance to dream. There is the rub, there is a problem. What is the problem? We are afraid of something. We are afraid of what is there after death. The dread of something after death, the undiscovered from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will. Now, I think trauma is a door to another undiscovered country from whose bourne the traveler never returns. It's impossible to, near impossible to return from trauma. It puzzles the will and makes us rather bear those ills we have, that flight. There's, Shakespeare just goes on, have to quote it. The nunnery scene in Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. I will rather give an example from a poem that you may not be familiar with. There is this wonderful Canadian poet and novelist, Anne Michels. The 1950s. She's still alive. She has written a superlative poem that gives tongue to trauma. How to give tongue to trauma? I don't know whether I'm using the right words, but this is what this poem does. If you are not familiar with this poem, I would, the title of the poem is "What the Light Teaches," from her collection of poems titled "Poems," published in 2000. I would have loved to present. No, I wouldn't present my screen. Rather, I would, if those of you who are not familiar with this poem, the poem that begins, "Language is the house with lamplight in its windows." If you can find it on the internet, it would be good. Or let me see if I can the link for you. Can I paste it on the chat box? Maybe I will be able to chat. I'm pasting a link. Now here you will not find the whole poem, but you will find some beautiful excerpts from this poem. Those of you who can see this link and click on this link, a kind request to try it out, so that you will get an idea of what I am trying to say. This is a beautiful poem as well. Anybody who wants to discuss trauma in detail, try resorting to this poem, because it is not only about trauma, it is about language as well. And it is a lovely poem, one of the best on trauma I have ever read. Now, this poem, I hope some of you at least could get the link. I have shared it in the chat. And if you can open that poem on your mobile or something, no use looking at me, it's terrible. Look at the poem. Look at the poem if you can find it. I'll try to read some, or some verses from that poem. The poem titled "What the Light Teaches." What the Light Teaches. The poem begins, "Language is the house with lamp light in its windows, visible across fields. Approaching, you can hear music. Closer, smell, soup, bay leaves, bread. A meal for anyone who has only his tongue left. It's a country, home, family, abandoned, burned down." What is it? What is this? It? Language. It's a country, home, family, abandoned, burnt down, whole lines dead, unmarried. For those who can't read their way in the streets or in the gestures and faces of strangers, language is the house to run to. In wild nights, chased by dogs and other sounds, when you have been lost a long time, when you have no other place, language is the house to run to. There are nights in the forest of words when I panic every step into thicker darkness. The only way out to write myself into a clearing, which is silence. Think of it, my dear friends, this is one of the most beautiful metaphor I have ever come across. You are in the darkness of finding meaning in the darkness of words, and the only way out is to write yourself out into a clearing. Everything is removed. And what is it? Silence. Clearing is silence, where knots are removed. We discussed it, how less is more. The clearing which is silent. Night is the forest of words. When I am afraid, we won't hear each other. Over crackling branches, over both our voices calling. Oh, okay. So this link it doesn't follow the full poem. Yeah, it's a very long poem. You can find it elsewhere. I would just read from. Recall another stanza, and I would stop. That is not there in the link that I have shared with you, but you can find it elsewhere, I hope. The truth, or I can copy and paste it in the chat box. That is the best thing. Yeah. This is the last stanza. I mean, this is not the last stanza, and it has lost its formatting as well when I copied it into the chat box. Still, I am sharing it with you. The truth is why words fail. We can only reveal by outline, by circling absence. But that's why language can remember truth it's not spoken. Words in us that defeat, that wait, even when their spell seems wasted, even while silence accumulates to fate. I don't know how much you are able to understand or enjoy this poem, but this is, I hope you will say that this is an unbelievable poem. I hope so. A thumbs up from him. Okay, no thumbs up. Okay. How can we love trauma, right? You are good people. So the point I want to make, I know you couldn't raise your thumbs up, but I can see your heads up. Yeah, thank you, Shatrupa ma'am. Thank you for that heads up and the thumbs up. Language is the house with lamplight in it, windows, visible. Smell it. You can eat it. A meal for anyone who has only his tongue left. What is that? A meal for anyone who has only his tongue left. It's nothing. It's nothing else, right? Very clear. It's a country, home, family, abandoned, burnt down, whole lines dead, unmarried. Probably it also can be read childless. Lines dead, childless, without getting interpreted, without getting understood. Language is the house to run to. There are nights in the forest of words when we panic. Then what can we do? We can write ourselves into a clearing, and that clearing is known as silence. And the truth of why words fail, we can only reveal by outline, by circling absence. And that's why language can remember truth when, exclusively when, it is not spoken. Language as a home. Doesn't it ring a bell, my dear friends? Doesn't it ring a bell? Language as a home, language as a house you can run to. Doesn't it remind you of Martin Heidegger, Being and Time, published in 1927? No, yeah, published in 1927, translated into English in 1962. The same Heidegger said, language is the house of being. In its home, human beings dwell. Our beings live in the house called language. Or remember how Frederick Jameson titled his book Language as a Prison House. Language as a prison house. And because trauma is unrepresentable, I wouldn't try to represent trauma. I wouldn't try to define and explain trauma. No, I won't do that. I would leave that discussion here and take you to the the third aspect of this lecture, which is trauma and memory. How is trauma related to memory? Or how not is trauma related to memory? What else is there to trauma than memory? Memory, you know the word mnemosyne, right? Mnemosyne, Mnemosyne, the Greek goddess of memory, from whose name we have the word memory. In Greek mythology, she is the goddess of memory. And according to certain versions of the Greek epic, Mnemosyne is the mother by Zeus of the 9 muses. And I hope that explains why literature and arts and humanities should all be connected to memory and memory studies. She's the mother of the muses. She gave birth to the muses after Zeus went to Peria and stayed with her 9 consecutive nights. Sigmund Freud would say, what the mind has forgotten, the body has not. What the mind has forgotten, the body has not. And he adds, thankfully. I don't know how thankful we should be for that. At certain times it helps. When you're playing a game, what the mind has forgotten, the body may not forget. To drive, to swim, to play a game. The muscle memory is always there. But that is not exactly what Sigmund Freud wanted to say, the emperor of psychoanalysis. Sigmund Freud had earlier, I use had earlier because he's outdated in this discussion. He had earlier proposed that the reason people keep repeating their trauma is due to their inability to fully remember what has happened. Trauma recurs because traumatized cannot fully remember what happened. And because the memory is repressed, the patient is obliged to repeat the repressed material as a contemporary experience instead of remembering it as something belonging to the past. Now, if a person does not remember, he's likely to act it out. Again, this is from Sigmund Freud. He reproduces it, a person who cannot remember, he reproduces it not as a memory, but as an action. He repeats it without knowing that he is repeating it. In the end, we understand this is his way of remembering. And I believe with these statements, Sigmund Freud opened the doors to connect trauma with memory. Yeah, Freud's theory is no longer considered valid. And what theory we have, it's only theory devoid of meaning, or theory would say trauma cannot be represented at all. Trauma and memory, blank. So I would maybe go to poets and writers to see how they have tried to represent trauma. You know, ghosts haunt us. And I would say ghosts haunts us. Ghosts haunt us and ghosts haunts us. The second ghost I'm talking about is Ghosts by Henrik Ibsen. Ghosts by Henrik Ibsen, the book. There is a ghosting, haunting part in Ibsen's Ghosts. I am inclined to think that we are all ghosts. It's not only the things that we have inherited from our fathers and mothers that live on in us, but all sorts of dead things. They are not actually alive in us, but they are rooted there all the same. It's simple, but it is very complex. You know, sometimes I feel when I remember this thing, I feel that our heart or our mind is a receptacle of the worst of things. Our mind is a dead bin, not a waste bin, or not a desk bin, but it is a dead bin where dead things are kept. Dead things are kept. dead and decayed things are kept. And probably if we see our mind and brain and heart in reality, it might look terribly nauseating. Terribly nauseating, because once the dead things are there, it can get really nasty. I am inclined to think that we all are ghosts. It's not only the things that we have inherited from our fathers and mothers that live on in us, but all sorts of dead things. They are not actually alive in us, but they are rooted there all the same. Ghosts. Eugene O'Neill has said something interesting. There is no present or future, only the past happening over and over again. And I sometimes feel this is true. There is no present, there is no future, only the past, especially when it comes to sad and bad experiences, not even trauma, just sad and bad experiences, and there is no present or future. Present or future cannot console us, only the past happening over and over again, tormenting us over and over. If you want to theorize a bit, I would suggest an amazing book, which I fortunately got. It's a costly book, really costly book, but hacker friends can help you. I can help as well with PDF if anybody needs. This book is a 2005 volume titled Sublime Historical Experience. I read this book almost 10 years ago when I was preparing something on memory studies, nothing to do with trauma, but something that Frank Anker Smith told in this book remained in me. Not like all the dead things that are there in me, but like a living thing. So much so that when I prepared this lecture, Frank Anker Smith seemed to always whisper in my ears, please put me there in that lecture. And I was thinking, where would I put him? But now he suddenly says, here is the place. Here is the place. Talk about me. Talk about sublime historical experience. So he says, maybe it is a little out of context. Maybe it is fully in context. I don't know. But Anker Smith says, and I obey. His book, Sublime Historical Experience, outlines the paradox that underlies a traumatic experience. It is something remembered and forgotten simultaneously. The conscious effort to forget a traumatic experience leads only to a dissociation of identity that I'm quoting from this person, Frank Anker Smith. So he says, when you try to, when you make a conscious effort to forget a traumatic experience, it leads to a dissociation of identity that guarantees the possibility of a not forgetting to forget. Guarantees the possibility of a not forgetting to forget. By relegating the traumatic experience to the domain of the unconscious, we can indeed forget it. But precisely by storing it there, where? In the unconscious. Precisely by storing it there, we will also retain it as an unconscious memory, which is even more tragic. I would call an unconscious memory a headless memory, a memory without a tag attached, a memory which is not connected with a time or a place, a memory which doesn't have a head or a tail. This is what happens when we put some time, relegate something to our unconscious memory. It will be retained as something unconscious, and then we will not be able to work around it because it is there in the unconscious. And that is why people like Lacan would say that these things can be accessed only in hallucinations and delusionary dreams. Otherwise, it is not manifest. And when we are caught between remembering and forgetting, remembering and forgetting is such a disarming theme. It's a tragic and at the same time a sublimely beautiful theme. Remembering and forgetting. You cannot go forward without recalling, tonight I remember the saddest lines, remembering and forgetting. It is unbelievably good. But when we are caught between remembering and forgetting, the anxiety and nervousness that this tension may nourish or begets, this tension begets anxiety and nervousness. And this tension, this anxiety can give birth to more creativity or enrich our creativity, or it can lead to fresh episodes of trauma as well, which is bad. For some people it nourishes them and enriches their creativity, as in the case of Maya Angelou, which helped her to have photographic memory. But it may not work the same way with everyone. For many people, recalling things or trying to remember or trying to forget even is, when they try to forget, they remember it. And by remembering it, they are triggered again by those traumatic experiences. Triggered. When we talk to traumatized people, we may try to sympathize with them, we may try to empathize with them, but nothing succeeds. Nothing succeeds because we can never leave that experience. And until we can leave that experience, live, we can live that experience, we will not be able to understand what they are saying. It is impossibly sad. So when we are caught between this, anxiety can lead to something good, something bad as well. And Frank Anker Smith, in the book, he goes on to state that once the traumatic experience can be narrativized and subsumed in the history of one's life, it will lose its threatening and specifically traumatic character. Now, this is one possibility. I wouldn't say it's a possibility for everyone, and I wouldn't recommend it to anybody who is a victim of trauma, because it can lead to new episodes of trauma too. You know, it's always beautiful to say cathartic experience, healing experience, all this. But trauma is not beautiful. Trauma is not beautiful, and reliving trauma is not at all beautiful. We can say counseling helps. We can say you go to a psychiatrist. We can say you take tablets. Nothing helps. For I Am Malala. For Malala Yousafzai, maybe writing that book, I Am Malala, helped her to revisit her trauma and get a cathartic healing. But it doesn't work like that for everyone. And I have given this title to my lecture to tell you that it doesn't work that way. Not to say that it works that way. The cathartic healing, the cathartic art of a traumatized, martyred heart is not always to speak out. It's beyond words, it's unrepresentable. For a writer, though, narrativization can result in the reconciliation of identity and experience. And for a writer, narrativization can be salvation. But the writer is different from the traumatized. Traumatized people, they get stuck in the past. They unfortunately find themselves obsessed with the horror they consciously want to leave behind, and they keep behaving and feeling as if this is still going on. And unable to put trauma behind them, all their life energy and vitality are fully channelized in keeping their emotions under control at the expense of paying attention to the demands of the present. And that is why I said we are possibly living only in the past. And how many of us can say with assurance that we have never understood trauma, or we have never known trauma? One time or the other, we have at least experienced a glimpse of a trauma. Some theorists would argue that trauma could be resolved by reliving the events in a hypnotic trance state. What is it, the idea? By safely replaying the old events in the minds and then constructing an imaginary satisfactory conclusion. By doing this, by doing something they had been unable to do during the original event because they had been too overwhelmed by helplessness and horror, they say that people can begin to fully realize that they had, in fact, survived the trauma and could resume their lives. This is one theory of how to cure trauma. However, research combining trauma and neuroscience also suggests a critical relationship between bodily action and memory. What our body feels and memory. An experience becomes traumatic when the human organism becomes overwhelmed and reacts with helplessness and paralysis. You know what? The biggest tragedy of any trauma is helplessness. It is not fear, it is helplessness. You feel that you are helpless, and that is when you get traumatized. It is not when you are afraid. Helplessness, paralysis, because there is absolutely nothing you can do to alter the outcome of events. Your whole nervous system comes crashing down. To resolve trauma, we may have to deal with physical paralysis, mental agitation, and this overwhelming issue of helplessness. Even telling the story of what has happened is a form of effective action, developing a narrative. Sadly, most traumatized people become stuck in their trauma when they try to narrativize it and never have a chance to develop that quintessential narrative. So it is very important, my dear friends, for us to understand that traumatized people are in fact terrified of what's going inside them. Never tell them, try. You can come out of it. Try. You are not trying if enough. Use your inner energy, use your inner resolve, positive thinking, this, that. I have heard it 100 times, 1,000 times. It doesn't work when it is trauma because it doesn't work to logic. Trauma just sends you into an absolute physical mental paralysis. If you go to MRI scans and research in neuroscience, whatever happens in the brain of a patient, of a victim of trauma, is so traumatically true that he cannot do anything about it. Certain aspects of our brain, which we also use to feel joy, pleasure, purpose, relationship, those aspects of our brain are also shut down. We cannot say that, okay, shut down this traumatic trigger reactions. I don't want that, but I want all other emotions. It doesn't work like that. You will not have emotions also, you will not have other emotions also. And that is why traumatized people very rarely have a successful relationship, any type of relationship, whether it is mother son or father daughter, or between partners or whoever. Friendly relationships fail because people find fault with them, and they themselves find fault with them, which is the worst part. We can't sympathize or empathize with them because it is beyond us, because it is beyond them. Just as forgetting is simultaneously a gift and a curse, memory too is a boon and a bane. Yeah, I think I should quote Neruda now. Tonight I can write by Neruda. I no longer love her. That's certain. But maybe I love her. Why does why does he say that? Why does he say I no longer love her, but maybe I love her? I think that is what I have been trying to say when I talked about paradox and contradiction, underlying certain experiences, paradox. And he says, he winds that couplet with the statement, love is so short, forgetting is so long. Probably the healing will happen when love is so long and forgetting is so short. Thank you. That ends the that ends the session. If you didn't get a feel of ending, I don't want to talk much more about trauma. It is traumatizing. it is traumatic. So thank you so much, especially Yasmin, Mary, Thana, Shadrupa ma'am, Mariam, all those people who came on video and who attended attentively. Annie, I cannot see the other names, only these people I can see as of now. But whoever turned on their videos and whoever who couldn't turn on, whoever who listened, you know, when you get traumatized, it is difficult to be on screen. That I know. I'm sweating profusely, not because it is hot. It is because of the topic. And very rarely a topic makes the speaker sweat like trauma does, because you cannot speak about it without feeling it. And yeah, so that ends the lecture. Please feel free to ask your questions. What is it? Can neuroscience work on this trauma? Neuroscientists are trying hard to work on this trauma, but at the what they are trying, what they have managed to do is to see what is happening when the person is traumatized. We know far too little about our brains that first we need to know what is happening before we can heal something. So neuroscience can work on it, no doubt. Neuroscientists are working in collaboration with psychiatrists and scientists, different people from different areas to see what is happening in the human brain. Synesthetic methods are tried, psychiatric methods are tried, counseling, yoga, so many methods have been tried. Nothing has succeeded. That is what I know. Nothing has succeeded. And if there is something that would succeed, that would be huge. There are so many self-help books that tells the ultimate guide to resolving your trauma. That is the ultimate guide, but you will not, nothing will happen to you except probably relieving your trauma. And as a teacher or something, you feel sad that you cannot find a solution to the problem that you have created through your lecture. But this is what the nature of trauma is. Yeah, participants feel free to ask some questions, because last few days I have been giving a lot of lectures without getting a single question, and that has also traumatized me, because I feel that nobody is understanding anything. Those were online lectures, so probably people were getting tired and people wanted to have their lunch, so they just clapped their hands the moment I said, so I conclude. But at least to pamper me, you can ask a question. That would be so nice of you. Dr. Beulah has, is it your own poem, Dr. Beulah? Remembering and forgetting, an internal trauma in this life's setting. Try to forget, but how to erase? It's always there in my memory's embrace. Try to remember, not to forget. Caught between poles, a constant fret, threatening and healing, a delicate dance, reliving and relieving in this trance. I missed the chat, but it's a lovely poem. Whoever has written it, I think it is Dr. Beulah, because I know her as a wonderful poet. So it must be her poem. A beautiful and touching. The best question: what else is there to trauma than memory? Yeah, what else is there to trauma than memory? Somebody is talking. Is Am I getting a question, or somebody has gone unmute? Hallucinations, are hallucinations a coping mechanism? I think so. Hallucinations can be a coping or a corpsing mechanism. Sometimes it can turn you into a corpse as well. My friend, my friend who is talking with your mic on. Okay. Yes.
Hello, Manu. Can I
Yes.
ask a question, Dr. Manu?
Yes,
Sorry.
please. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Who is this? I cannot.
I'm
Is this
Lata
Dr.
here.
Leta? Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Please
I'm
go
from
ahead.
Bangalore.
Please
Yes.
go ahead.
I really resonate with whatever you shared today. It is easy to tell that self help book or to divert your thoughts. All that is easy to say. But I have no questions. I just wanted to say that I agree with whatever you shared, and it's difficult to just go by when people try to suggest things. It is not possible. Mind has its own ways, and trauma comes back. Yes. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session, and listen from you. Thank you.
Thank you for saying you have questions. But yeah, I may not be able to answer because trauma is unrepresentable, right? So I may not be able to answer. And that is not, in some cases, about some individuals, trauma can't be realized on everyday basis due to lot of commitments. When mind becomes free, it crops up. Gayatri, I don't agree with you. It is not when mind becomes free that trauma crops up. Many the memories can crop up when mind becomes free, but trauma crops up when your mind becomes populated. You mostly, when your mind is occupied into so many things, that is when your mind gets fed with a lot of triggers, with a lot of images, and these triggers can excite our nerves, falsely excite our nerves into believing that there is some um, danger near, and that is what happens. Since there are a lot of questions, okay, trauma, maybe as you said, maybe it is nearly impossible to overcome trauma, but don't you think that the coping mechanisms help? And at times traumas, no question about coping mechanisms can help, and there are instances when people have been cured to a large extent from trauma. But simple mechanisms don't help. Simple things, what we say usually, read, or you change your thought process, or you try to sleep, or you sleep regularly, or have food at the same time. This is what people tell all the time. Have yoga. I have experienced it. You haven't experienced his trauma, my dear friend, to say that I have experienced it. We haven't experienced anybody else's trauma. Only our trauma we know. So we cannot do that. But so many things can help. And you are absolutely spot on when you say trauma makes you stronger. No question. Yesterday's lecture was even titled resilience and silence, right? The resilience that follows the silence is huge. It makes you stronger, no doubt at that. You are weak only at the point where your trauma is. Everywhere else you get stronger. You are not a weak person. You are the same person, except that you have greater experiences and you know things better. You are a far more knowledgeable person. You can help people who are going through trauma. And I have always found it is people who have gone through trauma who can at least try to understand people who are going through trauma, not people who haven't understood it. This is absolutely the thing. So it will make you strong. It will make you useful to the society in many ways, and you will start fearing nothing, because nothing else matters. You are only worried about that trigger in your mind. Nothing else matters. You are not afraid of the stage anymore. You are not afraid of those trifling things in your everyday life that you used to be scared of. Nothing will matter. You will get a healing like what happened to Laura Wingfield in Tennessee Williams' Glass Menagerie. That sort of a healing will come to you, no doubt. You may still fret, you may still strut, you may still be lame, but you will not feel it as horribly as it was earlier. Um, if trauma, okay, that is that question. Can't we release our tensions by giving it a voice? That is what people are trying to say, people are trying to do, but giving a voice is not easy when it is trauma. My dear friends, the point is, we think trauma as a bad experience. That is wrong. Every bad experience is not trauma. Trauma is something that is too deeply ingrained into your brain and mind and your nervous system, everything, that you are completely gone. It's not some sad experience you have had. So by giving it a voice, we can heal so many things, but not always trauma. Very rarely trauma, I would say. So is there no way to help people come out of trauma? There are so many ways, but sometimes no ways help. But to have somebody who understands, and that is why I said it is always good if love is long. Because if there is someone who understands you without advising you, that is the best thing that you can have. If you're a victim of a trauma, The best thing you can have is a person who listens to you. He or she may not understand you, may not, that's fine, but he or she should not advise you, suggest you things. There is nothing worse than that. They will say, I have understood you. The moment somebody says, I have understood you and I'm going to suggest problems, stop talking to that person, because that person is going to trigger you into further episodes of trauma. Unfortunately, trauma is much more than that. Yeah, by narrativization, that is what I meant when I spoke about salvation through narrativization. It helps, people who are exiled, people who are sent out of the country, the writers in exile, the writers in prison, they all manage to come out of their situations through narrativizing their experience. It is possible, but the point I am trying to make is it may not be possible always when it comes to trauma, not sad experiences. Sad experiences can be overcome, but not always cured. So, I don't want to say that trauma can be cured, also because of my own experience with talking to people who have had traumatic experience, with children especially. Children are easy to manipulate also, in the sense we can convince them so many things, but talking to children, I have realized that we cannot do anything about it. I have tried so many things, all the things that books have taught me. Nothing helps. Psychiatry teaches you so many things. Nothing helps. When a boy comes to you with a trauma, nothing helps. This is the sad reality, and at least I cannot say that I can help a person with trauma except by listening to him, except by listening, and maybe you can put a shoulder around him and pat on his back. Well done, well done. And probably that is one thing you can say, well done, that you are still alive. That is the greatest achievement of a person who has undergone trauma. The very fact that he hasn't committed suicide, the very fact that she hasn't tried self mutilation itself is a great show of resilience and commitment and spirit of perseverance. That's what I would say. I think I'm eating into the time of the next speaker, so I would wind up. If anybody has any questions, feel free to get back to me on WhatsApp. I will type my number here, 9496322323, and my email address, my name at gmail.com. No, if you try my name at gmail.com, it will reach someone else. You have to type my name and then at gmail.com. So I have put my mobile number and email address here. Feel free to ask your questions. I may not reply today, I may reply someday, because forgetting is so long. So thank you so much, organizers, for the wonderful opportunity, listeners for the wonderful cooperation. Thank you.
I extend my gratitude to Dr. Manu Mangatu for delivering such an impactful session on liberating inarticulate memories, the Catholic art of mired heart. Your ingenious wordplay with the term art in the title truly resonated with us, sir.
Thank you, Akshara, for that wonderful song in the beginning, and your words of thanks as well.
Thank you, sir. Now over to you, Archana.
Now let's begin the second plenary session of the day. We are delighted to invite Ms. Mariam N. to introduce our speaker.
Well, hi participants. So the second speaker for today will be Miss Vyoma Keshastri. Miss Vyoma Keshastri is an accomplished assistant professor with over 10 years of experience in the field of English literature and education. With an MA in English, a PG DBA in HR, and a diploma in TEFL, specializing in business English, she has also submitted her PhD thesis to Osmania University. She is currently serving at Stanley College of Engineering and Technology as an assistant professor in the Department of English. Throughout her academic journey, Ms. Vyoma has been an active contributor to the scholarly community, presenting papers at various national and international conferences. Noteworthy among these is her upcoming presentation at the University of Cambridge, UK, on the intersectionality of disability and queerness in selected young adult fiction. She has also been recognized for her work on issues of sustainability development in select children's books, earning her a slot at the 50th Children's Literature Association Conference, CHLA, Wisconsin, Madison. Recognized for her outstanding contributions, Ms. Vyoma has received several accolades, including Best Paper Awards and Presenter Awards, for her impactful research. She has published 8 papers in reputable journals and is the author of Elements of Business Communication, published by Rest Publisher. Ms. Vyoma is an active member of professional associations, including LTI and ISCS, showcasing her commitment to continuous learning and networking within the academic community. We are truly delighted to have you with us, ma'am. Once again, welcome to the session. Now you can take over the session, ma'am. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. And I'm glad that Dr. Manu has set a stage for me, because all those questions that were popping in the message box there, I was looking at them, but I wasn't able to answer because that was Sir's session. And I express my deep gratitude to Sir, because I'm glad I'm speaking over these topics today. And as I said, and I would say that yes, preparing this PPT that I will be sharing with you has never been easy, and it's really traumatic. And I must accept and admit that the topic that I chose personally is also not easy. And what do I do in this particular PPT of mine for 1.5 hours now? I'm sure at the end of the day, I would definitely give you those stories, those novels, those positive and the new trauma models, which are not making us more traumatic, but they'll give you a sense of positivity, a sense of hope. And yes, several questions were put as to how can we cope, or is there any method? Can language succeed? Can people succeed? Or for that matter, there is any model? Oh my God, there were several questions on this. I'm sure that my particular topic on impact of trauma on language, culture, and memory is definitely going to debunk all those possibilities that if you have any in your mind that maybe trauma is still unrepresentable. There are so many various views. There are so many new epoch-making statements. There are so many new voices raising. And yes, trauma is in. Trauma would be in for all the right reasons going to come in the near future, not with that negative impact of trauma and traumatic narratives, which would only make you so gloomy. But yes, they're going to definitely offer you positivity too. And with this, I'm so glad that my presentation will set many things in motion, and it will definitely answer so many questions. I would like to definitely give answers wherever possible to participants, even if they raise their hand, then and there too. So ma'am, could you permit me to just forward my PPT so that I can share my PPT and put my points across? May I share my PPT?
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll just put my video off for a minute. Ma'am, may I know if this particular PPT is visible to you?
Yes, ma'am, we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, just a second. Hold on, so that I can on my my camera, and then I can proceed further. Give me a minute. All right. A very good morning to all of you. And this is Vyoma. As ma'am introduced me, I submitted my PhD thesis to Usmania University, and I am going to go for my Viva Voce in next week. So I'll be an accomplished doctorate from next week henceforth. And yes, I'm serving as an assistant professor, Department of English, Stanley College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. And yeah, as ma'am introduced, she was very generous that yes, I have got so many papers, and yes, I'm going to present to at two world famous universities. And yes, I have got very good citations. My papers are available online. Definitely people can search, but the only thing is that I'm into children's literature and young adult fiction. I think when somebody in the previous session asked about neurosis and how neuroscience can definitely talk representation of trauma, I would like to add that yes, neurosis and neuroscience has been the first place where trauma actually started. And Freud happens to be the father of psychoanalysis and those theories which will continue further whenever we read and go on with our PPT right now. Now, setting the stage for the what I can call the presentation, I like to show you some visuals which are very, very traumatic, very depressive. I think you can see here this particular bizarre, in fact, very distressing, very what I can call very disturbing image of bodies lying there is none other than the pic that I had to take from the internet talking about Holocaust. And this particular two pictures, two memories that you must be able to see in the very front row are the visuals or the pictures that were actually from the very recent ongoing war between Palestine and Israel. And if you move to the right hand side, this particular picture you can see that it is of the World War I. And this particular picture that you can see just down is a picture which was indicative of the Vietnam War veterans who were lying there. And if you see just this picture, I don't know these names. Yeah, this picture, if you just see, this also is a picture of 9/11 attacks in the USA way back. So I'm sure when I talked about all these pictures, I have something very prominent to play. That is, please do remember, audience, these pictures and especially this picture in special, because we have something to do with this and with these images when we try and locate and when we try and define what trauma, memory, or for that matter, culture is from trauma studies and memory studies perspective. I'll show you a very quick word cloud of the words, and I would wish all the audience to definitely remember few words that I'm going to point out now, because they are going to serve as the indicators for us when we try and understand the impact of trauma on memory, language, and culture. When we look at this particular picture, I'm absolutely very cognizant of what I do when I'm preparing this PPT too, because it took me, trust me, somewhere around 7 to 8 days or more than that, because it was really traumatic. When you observe this particular word cloud here, you have the word trauma, and I wish everybody to remember these words, because these are going to be a part and parcel of the discourse that we are going to have in some time now. So if you look at this picture, the first word that definitely I would wish everybody to remember is flashbacks. Yes, trauma has got flashbacks, of course, and trauma is very stressing, wonderful, accepted. Trauma has something to do with this PTSD, that is post-traumatic stress disorder. And I have gone to this previous slide where you can see Vietnam War veterans. This particular PTSD refers to actually this particular aspect of trauma, which we'll be doing it, which we'll be learning in some time now. And when we also talk about the tragedy that is caused by trauma, I think Manu sir definitely had already talked about dementia and how the latency, the gaps, the dissociation, all these things will only result in unrepresentability, intranslatability of language, and sometimes even language falls flat when you have to experience or express your what I can call traumatic experiences. So I would wish all of you to remember these words: emotional and psycho. You have something called psychology. Yes, as I said, the very beginnings of trauma theory happen to be in psychology itself. We will come back to that later. And we have something called the loss. Yes, we bereave the loss when there is a trauma. We have something called depressedness. We have anxiety problems. And the most important is the word memory, traumatic memory. Yes, trauma and memory cannot really exist in isolation. Trauma, in fact, I would say, I would go a sentence higher, and I would say that trauma, experience, memory, culture, identity. I think all this, and language, absolutely, because you always have language politics playing and culture politics playing everywhere. So all these words definitely will not exist in isolation. They all are actually attached to each other. And you can also see that there is a tragedy, there is PTSD, and there is a mental disorder, there is a nervous problem also, there are nightmares. Oh, there are so many words: flashbacks, I think, frustration and tragedy, traumatic depressed. Oh, there are so many words which you should definitely remember so that you can get a hunch of what we were going to learn from now. And now coming back to this word cloud on memory. If you observe the word memory, I'm sure we all are memorized. We all definitely will go back to the word remembering. Yes, you remember because you love something that you lost now. And you have it, maybe you also remember some problems that are actually playing in your mind for a very long time. And yes, you have a problem with your relationships, then too, you have mental memories that will be touching upon you. And as Sir said, just a while ago, I said, you, pardon me? Yeah? Is there a problem?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, please continue. No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just play this.
Palak, kindly mute yourself.
All right. So whenever we talk about memory, you can see that you have a mental memory. Yes, that is what we call as a mental memory, which is directly in alignment with the trauma and culture and language and identity and experience or whatnot you can definitely think of. And you have something called, Sir was talking about hallucinations, which in a technical term, I would put in a mental term as schizophrenic. Yes, you have schizophrenic bouts whenever you have a trauma in your memory. And yes, you have worries, mental memories, and you have all sorts of adult picture, anything, everything. And also all these brain, neurology, all these are also a potential source where trauma studies actually originated. And then coming back to culture now. When you observe the word very culture, you can see that disturbing. Could you please ask them to mute for a while? All right. So when you look at this particular word called culture, I'm sure I've been very cognizant when I have put up this word clouds because I wanted to desperately establish a relationship between trauma, memory, and culture because I know that these are inevitably related in some way or the other, largely actually. So that's the reason why when you see this very picture of culture here, I was very specific of including something called language. And yes, pardon me? You have something called community, you have something called folklore, you have culture, you have race. The very important words are community, language, culture, ethnicity, perception, race, wisdom, nation. Very, very important word is nation. Now, I would like any one of you from the audience to volunteer and let me know what basic idea did I give you about these three pictures? What could you connotate with these? Ma'am, may I request you, somebody at the back is open their mic, please ask them to mute.
She came to my college for some shoot. और वो प्रीशा की दोस्त है और प्रीशा मेरी दोस्त
Ma'am,
है.
hello.
हाँ, तो प्रीशा तो मेरी दोस्त है ना.
I'm a participant. I could sense that it is Malak D's mic is on. The host can make use of his hosting power and mute it. Maybe ma'am doesn't know about it, I believe.
No, ma'am, actually, I am not into that because my focus is absolutely on the PPT and explanation. So I didn't really think about all those things. Whatever, ma'am, could you please mute people who are actually unmuting themselves, please?
Yes, ma'am, we'll take it.
All right, thank you so much for that. Yeah, now I would wish at least one of the participants to come forward to let me know what are those things. What did I try basically to put into your minds when I talked about trauma, memory, and culture from these three word clouds? Anybody? Is anyone able to establish any relationship between these three words from what I have been telling you?
Ma'am, I think what you're trying to say is that all of these are very deeply interconnected and there cannot be trauma without memory. There cannot be trauma without the memory and the culture. You've mentioned the racial culture, racial trauma, ethnic trauma. All of this, I think, they're interplaying.
Absolutely right, ma'am. Thank you so much for that input. Absolutely, trauma. I have come across because I've been reading very much of late on this particular topic, and I was wondering there are so many views, there are so many things put up, and at the end of the day, I realized that yes, there definitely exists a greater impact of trauma on memory, language, and culture. So quickly going into the next slide now, you can see that when I talk about this particular, what you can call definitions, very simple definitions, I can say that the word trauma literally means a wound, it's a shock or an injury. And yes, trauma can be psychological, trauma can be cultural, trauma can be generational, trauma can be, for that matter, at a collective level. Yes, trauma can be at each and every level possible, from individual level, that is psychology, to cultural, to collective, to national level also. Definitely we have trauma manifesting itself in many ways. And yes, trauma definitely would cause a lot of damage to an individual's mental psyche because he has been witnessing or he has been a part of tragic events, and that was very, very distressing and stressing too. So trauma definitely inflicts a lot of psychological, sometimes even physiological, sometimes even collective, cultural, national level trauma. And then when we talk about memory, the word memory comes from the Latin word memoria and memor, which means mindful. You know that you definitely, when the word memory comes to your mind, you quickly go back to your affective level, that is your cognitive level, which is a place where you try and remember everything that is possible to you, if it is bad or good or anything it could be. So memory translates very, very finely to the very word remembering. And when I quote Anzi and Lambert, they also have talked about what memory exactly is. They say that there is a thin balance between a fact that is absolutely the real thing and the interpretation. How do you analyze it? And there is also a difference between remembrance, what you try and remember, and what do you remember out of what you understand. Here I would like to quote, when I go back to my next slide, you'll come across all these elements where I have given cautiously, I have given a novel so that you can understand how these things really play their part in making our discourses much better and much better, really easier. And as I said, memory does not record anything in the sense that it will not be able to record the past directly. We only have a possibility of reconstructing the past experiences, because as Dr. Manu also told, it's not possible. And there is one movie which I will discuss it in later. A French woman tries to really recollect that particular point of time when she loses her, what you can call, maybe her partner, who was a German, and she lost him to the war, World War II. And when she tries to replay that traumatic event, it was wonderfully put by the first wave famous Cathy Carrot, the pioneer of trauma studies, that there is always this dissonance that sir was also speaking, and there is always this delay, and there is always this gap that will definitely make memory never record what is happening to what actually has been happening when somebody is perceiving that happening actually. So there is always this particular problem with the trauma, not only when language is involved in narratives, but also memory also cannot really, it cannot recreate that. It cannot recreate, it can only record, it can only reconstruct, but never can record anything absolutely directly. That's the reason why when we see the past models of the I can call post-structural models of trauma, people say that it's not possible most of the times that you have some archival memory and you make a documentary of it and you say that yes, this is what it is. No, nobody, and it is never possible that you have something that is actually going on in front of your eyes and you try and record and you try and really put up it later in the form of a narrative for that matter, or you try to memorize it. That archival memory can never not really help you, because as I said, there is always this delay, there is always this dissonance, there is always this disassociation that will become a greater problem for memory any of the time. And in literature, when we talk about memory, you can go back to Rousseau, you can go back to Goethe, you can also go back to William Wordsworth. And yes, I would definitely like to tell you that when we talk about memory and literary memory and how it is manifested in literary texts, I would tell you that memory serves in three ways. We will see it there, but for now, I would say that when you look at William Wordsworth, the Tintin, when he writes verses on Tintin Abbey, you can see that there is a lot of nostalgia, and that nostalgia, which is individual, he will try to recollect that particular Tintin Abbey in a very what you can call from a very naturistic purview, where this particular personal nostalgia turns a collective memory for him, wherein he talks about how that particular place has absolutely changed for him. We will come back to that little later, but to just expand it on here, all these writers for that matter, even if you take it from 19th century, because 19th century till now, all the writers who ever have been using this particular, knowingly unknowingly, this particular in their works, they all have try to use memory for a very good fact that they want to have a respite from their own tormented selves. I think I'm clear. Are you all getting me? Is everybody getting me? Am I making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. If anybody isn't, kindly stop me when you don't. And then now moving on to culture. Here too, I didn't give that very what you can call very casual, very oftentimes used definition of culture, because I know that now I'm doing all this from the perspective of trauma studies and cultural memory studies too. So I can give a different definition of culture here is that culture does have that particular capacity to shape, to give a meaning to your trauma, to your pain. And yes, it will not only affect an individual, it has a capacity to even influence nations, cultures, community, whatnot. So this is one very important aspect that what all of us should definitely remember, because I'll definitely quote some texts in the in next ongoing slides where you can understand every meaning of it. So yeah, culture definitely will shape the subjective meaning, that is the personal meaning of trauma and pain, and it also has a capacity to turn and manifest it to different communities, cultures, etc. too, because trauma, as I said, is never a field which is not pertaining to itself. It's a very interdisciplinary field. You can find trauma studies expanding in, actually taking place in psychology, and then moving on to literature, art, other forms too. So inevitably, culture definitely becomes a part and parcel of this particular trauma studies and memory studies, because culture is a way of life. And when way of life is involved, we will definitely have socio-political, economic aspects also coming into play. So definitely, culture has that, culture acts as a medium to shape your subjective pain, suffering, trauma, and at the end of the day, influence you not only individually, at a national level also. And the rituals, the values, the norms, such as culture guide perception and individual responses, including psychiatric symptoms. Yes. Now, if I take an example to expand on this point, I would like to tell you that whenever we talk about 9/11 attacks or Holocaust or genocide, they may be actually collective at one point, but rather they become very cultural, because they are affecting those who are absolutely targeted. I am sure you can definitely fall in place with this particular statement when I say that the psychiatric symptoms, or I can give you an example of Vietnam War, where the Vietnam War veterans, even if you take the example of Mrs. Dalloway, where the shell shock was put forward by Virginia Woolf, we can see that maybe the World War I and II has influenced only a few, but that psychiatric symptoms were actually delineated. They were put across in the text by the authors there, because, as I said, culture is never subjective. Culture will manifest itself in individual, cultural, collective, national, and community levels also. So this is one definition which I felt is very important to understand trauma, because yes, culture has the potential to even manifest psychiatric symptoms as responses when individuals feel absolutely traumatic. Now, talking about trauma, how many types of trauma are there? Basically and broadly, trauma is of two types. You have a psychological trauma, which can manifest itself in the form of a war, terrorism, rape at some times, and then Holocaust, etc. Any terrorist attacks also. And on the other hand, you have something called cultural trauma. When I talk about, you have other types of trauma too, like collective trauma, cultural trauma, I've already mentioned. You have even generational trauma, etc. But broadly, this is where we categorize. Trauma is basically put into psychological trauma and cultural trauma. And when we talk about psychological trauma, which is at an individual's level, as I said, it definitely affects the individual's psyche. And the example is Sophie's Choice by William Styron. I must say, this particular novel by American writer William Styron is very famous, and this particular novel is also made into a movie later on by Alan J. Paul. And then you can also observe that in this particular novel, he talks about how haunting, and I can say it is not only haunting, it is an emotionally what I can call emotionally intense exploration of Holocaust, and what kind of a distressing effect it leaves on a individual's mental and mind. Absolutely, his psyche or her psyche, how is it absolutely affected? It explodes into that particular aspect, and that's the reason why this novel is very popular, because it talks about that psychological, that haunting, that distressing, that emotionally intense trauma that goes on in people's mind, individuals' mind, when they come into contact with a very traumatic event like a Holocaust, or for that matter, any war. And now, the other hand, if you look at cultural trauma, it affects collectively. Yes, it affects a group of people, it affects a group of community, it affects sometimes also the nation level, or so many things. And the very, very popular, what I can call Anne Kaplan, she is a film critic. She writes extensively on how the politics of terror and loss. She writes in one, The Politics of Terror and Loss in Media and Literature, where this lady tries to etch so many case studies from Sigmund Freud to the current trauma critics. And she tries to talk about how trauma has the power not only to influence an individual's psychological aspect, but how trauma will manifest from an individual to cultural to national to community. So in this particular, the politics of terror and loss in media and literature, she etches all these progressions, and she takes up 62 plus, if I'm not wrong, case studies, and she deals with how trauma manifests from individual to national level. So this is about trauma being on a psychological way and on a cultural way. And then moving on, I must say it took me a lot of time to really put these pictures in play, because at the end of the day, this is a very traumatic presentation, which I will not let definitely make it traumatic as traumatic it is. So these pictures definitely play a lot of understanding when we really read about trauma too. And then coming back to where did it all start? I'm sure most of us are vaguely in understanding about where did this trauma studies actually start. Yes, as Sir too said, trauma studies definitely are no longer to be recognized only as something where you find that there is a physical injury, there is a trauma, there is a psychological disorder, and that is done. No, trauma has actually made its presence felt from the psychological meaning to the cultural phenomena. That's the reason why my title is also, in the very first few slides, I talked about how trauma impacts not only an individual, it impacts the memory of an individual, collective memory, cultural memory, and then it also has a potential to affect both language and also, at the end of the day, cultural narratives too. So if you are under an impression that trauma is now all about only individual perception, no, you're mistaken. It has moved from individual to absolute cultural and national phenomena. And yes, Sigmund Freud happens to be the father of psychoanalytic theory, and it is only because of him in the United States in the 1990s people started really talking about. As such, trauma studies also originated from the psychological study itself, because Sigmund Freud was then studying about hysteria, the mental illnesses, and somebody in the chat box in the previous what I can call lecture to were talking about speech talk. Yes, Freud, along with his other associates, he was also working on how speech therapy can help people to come out of their neurosis and come out of the problems that they're facing mentally. And yes, it is at this particular point of time that there is something called post-traumatic stress disorder also, as a theory was put forwarded by people in those days. And post-traumatic disorder is a disorder. It's actually a disorder which talks about some mental health conditions and how you are triggered by a very terrifying event. Either you are experiencing a triggering event or you are witnessing a triggering event. What kind of a mental dystopia is created in your mind? What kind of a mental health conditions are churned out in your mind? What kind of a mental intensive psychic reactions that happen in your mind in the form of, you may be calling it as flashbacks, nightmares, or anxiety, or uncontrollable thought processes, etc., etc. All these things are the symptoms of post-traumatic disorder. Let me make it very clear. In the very word cloud, when I was talking about trauma, I was referring to something called post-traumatic stress disorder. This is what I was referring to. That yes, and how is it actually connected to literature? Is that, as I said, you have one text called Mrs. Dalloway by Virginia Woolf, where she talks there about the effects of World War I and how people really were trying to come to terms with the shell shock. And yes, that shell shock, that Vietnam veterans examples also, if we take, are all the manifestations of something called post-traumatic stress disorder. And yes, as I said, trauma theory had its initial founding in these theories only. But I must say, the best part about trauma theory is that it borrows a lot of insights from post-structuralism, deconstruction, psychology, whatnot. And that's the reason why I said trauma studies is no longer going to be an independent study. It is a very interdisciplinary study. So it borrowed heavily from post-structuralist approach, from deconstruction. Now, when you talk about, when somebody was asking in the previous lecture that can narratives really help in representing the trauma, I would say the answer is neutral, because Kathy Carrot, the pioneer, the one and the only one who talked about this kind of an narratives, and Hartman and others, they were of the opinion that it is not possible. Because when I said that this particular trauma theory takes its insights from post-structuralism and deconstruction, we all are definitely aware of the fact that in deconstruction, there is nothing that you could say that there is a significant relationship between the significant and the referent. So when you don't have something like that, it is the same case which will happen here too. You will have gaps. You cannot really represent everything as and how you witness it, as and how you see it, as and how you experience it, because there is a gap between what you see and how do you really go back and try to traumatically put it across to people. So this particular theory also sometimes suggests that language definitely challenges the limits, and definitely it ruptures meaning also, and nothing can be left over, because people predominantly believe that trauma is unrepresentable, trauma is intranslatable, trauma is what I can say, and you cannot really give a narration to it and say that yes, I can definitely speak about that. So trauma theory, it always imagines that there is an extreme experience which will challenge the language also, which will challenge the meaning too. Everything will be disrupted, everything will be ruptured, and nothing will actually exist, is what people thought when they were talking about trauma theory in the initial beginnings. As I said, trauma theory has its humble beginnings in the psychoanalytic theories, because Sigmund Freud was talking about in the 19th century about study of shock and hysteria. And there were some other writers also. There were some other friends of him, including Joseph Breuer, Pierre Janet, Jean-Martin Charcot, Hermann Oppenheim, Abraham Gardiner, and Martin Prince. All these people definitely talked about one or the other element of trauma in different scenarios. I will give you an understanding about it in some time now. And when I talk about members, actually speaking, trauma studies really became an intersection of memory, plays, trauma, literature, and for that matter, art forms too, only because that people started writing memoirs, they started writing testimonials and confessionals. I'm sure the previous speaker spoke about the poetry, and there is something called confessional poetry too. Yes, even confessionals are also a part of how one can definitely get back to their trauma in a very effective way. Even they were being written during the time of 1990s. And then memoirs, I think everyone does know. And testimonials, testimonial literature is such a literature where you will look at the present situation and you will try to find solutions to the future, maybe revolutionary solutions. And with that revolutionary solutions, you would try to really transform the society so that people are ready to really listen to your story when you try and give them that this is what has actually happened. So because there was, as I said, trauma studies is an interdisciplinary research, it has moved into several art forms, several narrative forms too. It's very important for us to remember that, yes, it can definitely not be any longer individual, but only interdisciplinary. And when you look at each and every proponent of trauma theories other than Sigmund Freud, what did they talk? You can see here, Freud and Breuer were studying in hysteria, and they said that the original event was not traumatic in itself, but only in its remembrance. Yes, like Dr. Mangatu has pointed out, trauma itself is traumatic, but the most pathetic, distressing situation is when you remember it. That makes it trauma double. And there was one wonderful quote I can say, or probably I quote unquote, there is no one trauma or two trauma. Trauma is a true trauma or a one trauma, 10,000 trauma. Trauma is a trauma because it will definitely manifest the same amount of what you can call distress in people. When we talk about the next pioneer, Pierre Janet, he wrote about trauma and memory. He had talked about the relationship between trauma and memory way back in 1889. And when we talk about Charcot, he had talked about the relationship between trauma and mental illness. And when we talk about Hermann Oppenheim, he talked about post-traumatic nervous symptoms between hysteria and neurasthenia. And this is where I would like to clarify to one of the participants who asked, does neuroscience do anything about it? Yes, it was happening from 1880s and 1900s, 19th century itself, because Hermann Oppenheim has looked at the post-traumatic nervous symptoms that a person faces in the form of hysteria, where your body will definitely have a self-defense mechanism to protect your mind from the mind collapse when you are trying to recollect the traumatic experience. And if you are intensely having anxiety, feeling about the particular traumatic event, how do you and what kind of symptoms do you display is what was studied by Hermann Oppenheim. And when we talk about Abraham Gardiner, he talked especially about war trauma. And yes, nothing is as traumatic as war trauma anytime. And the study of trauma in literature and society, as I said, began with Kathy Carruth. She's a pioneer, followed by Shoshana Fellman and Geoffrey Hartman. And one interesting, sir, if I don't know if Manu sir is available for this discourse, sir was talking about poetry, and I would like to quote Geoffrey Hartman. He says that when you take the example of Philomena from literature, I think when her tongue was chopped off, she's muted, and even her narrative was muted. But the wonderful part of poetry sometimes is that, or maybe the other art forms that you can really put your narratives, at least poetry happens to be in literature though. So one form of narrative is that the best part is that it was told by Hartman. It was actually given as a quote from Hartman that, yeah, maybe Philomena wasn't able to really articulate her pain in writing. For that matter, she wasn't able to do anything about that by verbally speaking, but she was good enough to really weave the story in the kind of an art form. So in spite of her tongue being muted, her trauma definitely wasn't muted because she has taken the help of that particular weaving her story, which really helped her to maybe put forward or put across her traumatic events. Absolutely. And as I said, Kathy Carrot is somebody who is a pioneer, and she talks about how the post-structuralist approach trauma. And let me tell you one wonderful quote, which all of us should definitely remember, that for post-structuralists, there is a division between word and world. I repeat again, for a post-structuralist, there is a division between word and world. As I said, post-structuralism has no, it will not absolutely attach itself as a signifier and a referent anytime in language, linguistic perspective. And that's the reason. And in a traumatic study, I repeat, you have a division between word and wound. I repeat it once again. For post-structuralists, there is a difference. There is a division between word and world. For a trauma theorist, there is a division between wound and word. That's the reason why Sir said that, or even I would say in my next foregoing slides that yes, trauma is unrepresentable, intranslatable, because the very fact that the incident will extremely shake you, distress you, and it will rupture, disturb your language and consciousness, that you will not be definitely be able to write anything in a narrative form. Yet, as Hartman said, that sometimes these other art forms also definitely would help you. One more thing I would like to point out here is that when I talk about this wound and the word and the world, I would like to say that though narratives fail to really represent the real trauma, I think this is a very interesting aspect that I've read, and I will definitely leave all the resources for you all at the end of the PPT. Magic realism is one such genre, is one such narrative that people are looking towards, because yes, magic realism is not going to distort the memory, it's not going to distort the traumatic event, yet without distorting the magical elements that it can add to make the realistic appear more realistical, if not fictional, definitely has a potential to get it used in trauma representation, maybe in some time to come. Already there are few works which were done on magic realism and its connection to trauma theory and how it can be used to express the trauma of the traumatic. I think there can be a very good potential source of research that somebody can take up in this particular aspects also. And when we talk about Kathy Carrot, I said that she's the one who says that our mind is absolutely in dissonance. It's latency, that is delayed. There are gaps. It's fragmented. And that is the reason why we do not have the linguistic representation. And she says that because now language is fractured, the consciousness is fractured, there is a damage, and there is nothing that you could say that you can actually go to the solace of the narrative. You only are left over with one aspect, that is find out a new unique narrative so that you can express yourself well when it comes to your traumatic expression. That's where I said that magic realism could be a potential source of a unique narrative that you can use. And this is what Kathy Carrot had to say. And then moving on. Now, let me come back to the literary trauma studies, which is very important. This is what we are also interested in, because this is a literati that I'm actually addressing. So literary trauma field studies, it analyzes how literature talks about trauma. As I said, not only personal trauma and individual trauma, but also cultural trauma, how it examines psychological, rhetorical, and cultural, collective significance of trauma in both literature and society. And also, it will try and see what are the psychological and societal factors that influences a person's comprehension of a traumatic experience, and how these experiences will be able to shape the language and how they will shape the experience itself, is what literary trauma theory is going to talk about. And I think I have been talking about this particular statement that follows, that literary trauma theory takes into account what cannot be fully remembered. As I said, there is always a gap. You cannot remember the entire thing. There is no archival memory. Archival memories are not definitely useful. So you cannot remember anything that you see fully, because it is illegible and it is unspeakable. And this is where the trauma is actually represented as intranslatable, because, as I said, your language is completely lost, your conscious is definitely lost, you are damaged from inside, and there you don't have anything that you can write on. So this is a place where you definitely need a different unique narrative experience. And trauma theory also tries to understand the different ways in which trauma occurrences happen, how they are shown to you, how they are processed, analyzed, exposed, and sometimes even repressed in your mind, so that this can find a manifestation in the form of literary or historical text. And various writers who are into trauma studies, they negotiate, they resolve their own personal traumas when they are writing, and they try to attempt to give a fictional characters who can, through them, they can actually have a better representation, and they take the respite within by really addressing all these traumatic events, their remembrance and their memory via literary text, so that it can be a kind of a record of all these particular traumatic experiences. And you can also see the literary trauma. This is a very important statement. Literary trauma theory identifies trauma texts. Yes, we have some texts which are exclusively called as trauma texts. If you take the example of the Anglo-Saxon poem Beowulf too, it is actually called as a trauma poem. We will come back to that later if I have some time. That uses repetition. Yes, repetition is one of the very famous ways of writing a trauma novel. How, you can question me. When you look at Beloved by Toni Morrison, oh my God, that is a very caustic story of slavery. But you can see that in page number 38, 39, at some places in the book, you completely see the author, wherever she falls short, maybe of the language, that the character is not trying to put her past traumatic experiences forward. She either repeats, or she actually, in this particular novel especially, she repeats. Otherwise, people can also go back to disrupting and leaving the language there itself. But in Beloved, you can see that red heart is a word which commonly, and there are so many other words which are continuously repeated, because that is a point where I think the narrative fails, and that's the reason why the writer goes back to the repetitive mode, so that she wants to indicate and hint us that this is a place where the character is unable to go back and recollect the traumatic experiences which had happened in the past. So repetition has always been one of the styles of writing this traumatic theory. Intertextuality. Now I will give you a wonderful short story by W.H. Gass. He happens to be a postmodern writer. In the heart of the Cold War, which is a very short story, there is a character. The character is given no name. The character is a poet teacher. It's a poet teacher, disillusioned, lonely, fragmented man. And then he lives in a small town, Indiana town, which is actually represented by the letter B. And yes, intertextuality is where that particular B, where W.H. Gass, a postmodern writer, agreed that he had an intertextual reference to the Sailing to Byzantium poem by W.B. Yeats. So that B stands for that particular, what you can call, reference to W.B. Yeats poem. Also at the same time, in this particular short story itself, you can see the world of the poet teacher. Poet teacher is very fragmented. He is lonely, which again gives us a context to the very famous Wasteland by what I can call very famous Wasteland by T.S. Eliot, where there also he talks about how that particular character, the main protagonist, is very fragmented. He laments all the time. So even intertextuality happens to be one of the most important way how one can categorize that the text is a trauma text. I would like to mention here that when you look at the trauma texts that use all these things, you can see that there is a manipulation of language, and that's the reason why you can see that the postmodern and post-structural texts do not really have sticking onto some linear kind of a narrative. There is no linearity in a narrative anytime. You only see that they are absolutely non-linear. And this also makes Beloved a very famous trauma novel, because it is not written in that particular linear format anytime. Even Beowulf by the Anglo-Saxon poem by also absolutely is very non-linear. So these are the things. And by the way, one very interesting fact about Beowulf is that in Beowulf you can also find the post-traumatic disorder feelings in that particular poem, which readily makes it a very traumatic poem, though it belongs to 14th and 15th centuries all the way. So you can see that when we talk about the use of repetition, intertextuality, fragmentation, and literary manipulation of trauma text and the language used in that, you can definitely see that meaning is trying to be created, which is manipulated at the end of the day, and that only results from extreme trauma stress. And if I have to give you what are the different ways and different things, you can have Holocaust, genocides, 9/11, climate catastrophe also is one very important thing. Colonialism is always there, because let me tell you, trauma studies from the very beginning has been sexualized, gendered, classed, racialized, and yes, it actually it had been following a post-structural approach, but now there are new theories coming into play. Whenever you look at feminist theory, post-colonial theory, eco-criticism, and ethnic studies too, trauma studies is not going to stop at one, but it is only going to go beyond and beyond. At this juncture, I would like to give you one very good example of how beloved, the very text is actually there are so many papers how beloved is actually placed and posited in terms of feminist theory too. So it's a very interesting read. I cannot really give everything in this PPT, so I would wish all the participants to go back and definitely check with all these things, because it offers you a very good potential and fertile research area. And now coming back to Kathy Carruth, she happens to be the pioneer, and she, in her very famous, what I can call, very famous novel, Trauma, Narrative and History, she defines, it's a repetition. She talks about how trauma really will damage language and consciousness, and it will definitely not give you any kind of a narrative representation. And she also talks about how trauma shatters your identity, your experience also sometimes, and how it remains in the outside your normal memory, usually. And she also says that we get traumatic events, we experience them in the form of flashbacks, maybe anxiety, nightmare. As I said, physical and psychological illnesses also can talk about traumatic manifestation. And yes, trauma is experienced in symptoms rather than stories. And I'm really glad that I was able to put this statement for you all. Trauma is really experienced in symptoms rather than in stories. As Sir was also pointing out, nothing and everything can ever be put in story form. It is not possible. Sometimes even language falls short. And these symptoms repeat, and original trauma definitely can never be put into past. Yes, you have this in your subconscious. That is what Sigmund Freud talks about. You always have a gap between what is seen and what is remembered. And when these two things collide, what happens is you will only be manifesting something which is very, very traumatic. And then Carrie Carruth also talks about how it is only possible for literary representation of the traumatic events to at least sometimes hear the unheard and say the unsaid. She says that literature sometimes really helps us to understand which maybe cannot be understood by simple and straightforward understandings. She says that the indirectness of literature, the metaphorical language that Sir had spoken in his previous speech, definitely forces a better transmission of traumatic history when compared to any other medium and channel of representation. Even Carruth talks about how there is a relationship between culture and individual group who will be looking at traumatic events, and they can theorize this particular events in the light of a feminist theory, race, or a post-colonial theory for that matter. Next comes, there are so many pioneers. J. Brooks Boson, Suze Henke, Deborah Hovage, Michael Rothberg, and Michael Rothberg is a very important writer. Laurie Vickrey, all these people have looked at trauma from Carruthian concept, and they also tried to examine the relationship between the individual and the cultural traumatic experience. And that's the reason why I said trauma is no longer individual. It's going to be, it has already been cultural and national. And then when we talk about each of the writers, what did they speak? You can see here, Boson and Vickrey, these two people have talked about the dissociative effects of trauma. That is, definitely trauma will disrupt the mental functioning, and narrative transmission also becomes very problematic. And there are definitely social and cultural implications on trauma, memory, traumatic memory, and the experience. Boson, in Quite As It's Kept, addresses the racist institutions where trauma was actually channelized to them. And this will definitely give you, when we talk about racial trauma, there are no other texts which can be a wonderful guide for us, where you have African American community that is largely observed by Toni Morrison in her novels. And then if you observe Vicroy in Trauma and Survival in Contemporary Fiction, he talks about how formal innovations are, you can see that there are so many new innovations coming into the narratives of trauma, where people are not only pairing post-colonial and trauma theories to look at individual psyche of the protagonist, but they're also trying to represent through an individual the collective emotions of a social group too. So they are moving away from the individual aspect of analyzing traumatic event and putting it to the collective level. And when we come back to Rothberg, who is a very famous writer, in his traumatic realism, he talks about the traditional model within a cultural studies framework that analyzes the Holocaust in text. I would like to point out one thing very clearly here is that if somebody is thinking that trauma theory is yet to make its way into cultural studies, I think we all are mistaken. The very firm ground that trauma has, at least in the recent years, is into cultural studies. There are so many texts, especially trauma novels and trauma texts, which are already been what I can call checked thoroughly from the lens of cultural studies too. So this also becomes a very potential area for us to really look at a traumatic novel and try to explain it via cultural studies methodology. So these are the few very important writers who have been very instrumental in talking about trauma and its expression in various ways. Now, coming back to one very interesting slide that I'm going to show you right now, we are done with the actual model, the traditional model I can call Cartesian model, where she sticks to that post-colonial theory, saying that language also has a potential, but basically it has no potential to really represent the trauma. But now we have one more model called the pluralistic model, which is a very path-breaking one. Which talks about, if I talk about the pluralistic model, it's this model is absolutely against the Cartesian model. The traditional model, people said that, as I said, it cannot really, language becomes very handicapped to represent that. And yes, because people's fragments, consciousness are gone, the language is gone, so it cannot. But this particular pluralistic trauma theory, this is a very important model which will move away from that pathological fragmentation. It rather tries to really give new relationships between experiences, language, knowledge, social significance of trauma, and it also locates some very important value and knowledge that one can gain by trying to know trauma from this particular model. And this particular theory also have so many models like Anne Wetkovich, Greg Fotter, Amy Hungerford, Naomi Model, and all these people, they were little influenced by Sigmund Freud, but largely they were focusing on cultural dimensions of trauma. I just mentioned earlier that yes, cultural studies has become a very potential area of research when it comes to trauma studies and memory studies also. I hope I'm clear to everybody. May I have a yes or a no? Am I making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Is everybody here? All right. Now going back to, now we have seen what is trauma all about. Now let us move on to very quickly to what is memory. Yes, memory indicates a relationship to what all past events have shaped you and how they have impacted you, the way how you think, the way how you feel, and the way how you definitely live in the present. As I said, as I mentioned, as I emphasized, that memory does not record the past directly. It only tries to reconstruct the past. And I quoted even Anzan Lambert too previously. And there is one more critic, Janet, who definitely differentiates between narrative memory and actual memory, because we all should definitely know that there is a difference between narrative memory and actual memory. When it comes to what is narrative memory will definitely consist of some mental constructs which people use to make sense out of experience. As I said, they try to construct something mentally and they try to use it because they can put out and vent out their experiences via that. But when it comes to traumatic memory, it is actually, it belongs to the subject of the narrated event and finds no audience. When you talk about traumatic memory, you have no other audience except otherwise the victim himself or herself. But when you come back to narrative memory, it is something which is actually called as a collective memory. It is something which is assimilated into collective memory. Now, I think at least one of you would definitely ask me, what is a collective memory? Yes, collective memory is that memory where a very horrific incident has happened that has led to a lot of trauma between a community or a nation or people of one particular nation, etc. If I can give you an example, we all have gone through COVID-19 trauma, which is a collective trauma because everybody from each and every nation, everyone has actually undergone the trauma of COVID-19 in one way or the other. And yes, this particular the pandemic becomes a very unwanted memory for us, which is actually not an individual memory. It is individually yet a very, very collective memory. So collective memory is that memory which will actually affect because of some unwanted event to so many communities of people. Here, Ruth lays one more very important pioneering figure. He talks about how to distinguish traumatic memory from the narrative memory. He says that narrative memory will narrate the past as past, but whereas traumatic memory will definitely, it only very consciously repeats the past. There is a difference between narrating the past as past, wherein you don't really have any tool to really go back in present and add something to it in present. No, it will narrate the past as past. Whereas traumatic memory, if you have something, it will unconsciously repeat the past only. This is what they have to say. And Lace once again says narrative memory narrates past events in linear chronological way so that it can give them new meanings. I talked about how narratives in trauma can never be linear. They are absolutely non-linear because memory and trauma can never be in a very conscious way explained. They are absolutely not, cannot be put in that particular pattern. But according to Lace, narrative memory, when you try narrating the memory, he says that it is possible for us to really put the past events in a better linear chronological order so that you can generate new meanings of whatever it is. But whereas traumatic memory, as I said, it repeats, it goes on repeating the traumatic experience without even realizing if there is any significance attached to that particular event. Now, I would like to quote one wonderful, very famous what I can call novel, Never Let Me Go by Kazuo Ishiguro. This particular novel, along with The Remains of the Day, the other novel too, these two novels explore trauma and memory. Because I said that this particular PPT talks about the intersection, if not intersection, but if it's not converging, they will diverge also at the same time. The explorations of trauma and memory, and how characters really find it very difficult to remember the memories of the past and to really shape their present by using those memories. If I can read explorations of trauma and memory, the characters grapple with the memories of their past experiences and the ways in which these memories shape their present selves. This is what I said. They if they have to be in the present, how these traumatic instances which happened in the past will try and let people grapple with their present selves. There was somebody who was asking in the previous what I can call lecture, that is it possible for us to really have a mechanism that will help us to come over the trauma? So to that question, I have an answer here, that I would wish you go back to Kazuo Ishiguro's Never Let Me Go and definitely explore how beautifully he narrates the possibility of the characters' past events trying and making them better so that they can move on from the traumatic experience and better shape their present selves. I hope this answer would suffice to that particular question, that yes, it is possible sometimes that you can really shape your present selves without any problem. And now coming to literary memory. Excuse me. Excuse me for that. I have a bad throat. So literary memory, we all know that memory in literature is written in form. As I said, it's not only written now, it has been written since 14th century. Excuse me. And memories come from historical past because they're formed by socio-political, religious events in our lives and even in the literary characters' lives. Memory is actually employed in, now this is very important. Now somebody can question me, how is memory represented in literary texts? So when I talk about memory and its representation in, or how it is employed in literary text, it is always there. It happens very concurrently in a text. It exists from the very beginning. But how does it exist? It exists in three ways. Like concurrently, the text and the memory and the representation of memory go hand in hand. How? In these three ways. First, memory can be used as to establish the validity and importance of a text based on the expertise and reputation of the past writers. I can give you examples of this particular point where if you want to establish the validity and importance of a particular text, it is always good that you go back to the previous texts by past writers. Ma'am, can you give an example? Of course, I have given there that in the literature of the Middle Ages, you can go back to even Romantic age, 19th century, where you can go back to Homer's The Iliad and Virgil's The Aeneid. I think everyone does know that when we talk about Homer's The Iliad and Virgil's The Aeneid, this particular corpus of work establishes the character, the ideology of Greek and Roman nations. It also talks about it. It is a wonderful explanation of blending the fictional characters, fictional elements, where they will also use the realistic understanding of recording the great men like Achilles and other people, heroic battles, and long past events. All these things will definitely help you to give an authenticity that whatever you're writing right now, in spite of it being little fictionalized, it definitely is something that you can believe. And this gives you a sense of really historical memory that you can go back to. So yes, it has already been used, and memory has always been there parallelly, concurrently, used absolutely consciously in text also. This is what I'm talking about, the Middle Ages. And let me now go back to Romantic Age, where William Wordsworth's as I said, William Wordsworth's lines composed on few miles about Tinton Abbey. As I said, the narrator comes back to the spot, the abbey, after so many years. He sees that there are so many changes in the within himself and the abbey too, and then he will look at the very excellent quality of the surroundings, and he becomes very happy. Suddenly, he will have that nostalgia, the feeling of nostalgia, and then he feels so happy. Yes, even this kind of an memory that you have, which is individual, later becoming collective, because that place, Tinton Abbey, is being immortalized by him there, can help you, can definitely serve as a literary representation of memory. And one wonderful, oftentimes quoted, the Canterbury Tales by Chaucer. I think this is one very, very important text, because we know that this particular text, way back then, talked about, it has given us a representation of the British society of the time. And the best part about this particular poem is that it will ask in the poem, the Chaucer asks, the narrator asks everyone, each one of us, each one of the pilgrims to narrate a story. And the best part about it is that everyone choose their own genre also to really narrate the poems, narrate their part of the story. If I can give you an example, I think you all know that the knight, the noble, the king, he tells a romance, and then you have the lower class miller, he tells a dirty story, that is a fabulous, and you have a middle class wife of Bath, she talks about an Arthurian legend. You take it, you have it. But at the end of the day, when you observe this particular 3 or 4 texts that I have referred here, Canterbury Tales especially talks about that socio-political, economic, religious issues that are a part of collective identity and collective memory during that particular point of time. And then coming back to how it is represented in 20th century writers, you can take the examples of British and American writers who talked mostly about socio-political upheavals, that is World War I, World War II. And I think I have already given you the example of T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. But here, in this particular context of using memory, Eliot uses this particular memory as a tool to subvert the traditional forms of writing something or looking at something. That's the reason why this entire poem is very fragmented, and even the protagonist is also absolutely lonely, fragmented in his mind. And yes, he tries to construct and lament the past so that he will construct that past memory via what is actually he is writing right now. What is forgotten, what is lamented about the past is recreated when he writes this particular poem, The Wasteland, absolutely using a subverted technique of using the memory. He is not linearly writing what has happened absolutely by going back there. He is subverting that. For me to now write about what I have lost, I will go back to that, what I have lost, that fragmented state, and I will put it here. This is how he tries to write and construct the memory especially. And the third and the last way how people use memory concurrently in a text is by having the theme of trauma in their text. That's what you construct cultural and individual identity by taking the example of trauma as a very particular theme. And I can give you 2 more texts, that is Marcel Proust's autobiographical novel Remembering of Things of Past, where he is recollected of he was eating a piece of cake, and he goes back to his past memories and he tries to recreate a story which is not only individual but also even collective. Also, I'm so glad, that's the reason why I said that the previous speaker has set a stage for my presentation here. You have a poem called, I think everyone knows, Keats' Ode on a Grecian Urn. Even he also looks at the images that are painted on the vase there. He goes back, he constructs stories, he brings so many stories from the ancient culture, and then he says that this vase is absolutely something which is ephemeral for me, which is going to stay with me. It is very, very precious to me. That's how people really recollect. So memory, literary memory, has always been using the art of using memory concurrently when a text is actually written. I hope I'm clear. And then coming back to now, we have seen a few presentations and few understandings about trauma and memory. Now come back to culture. Culture has always been part and parcel of, as I said. Now I will give you a better definition of culture in terms of culture actually. The shared values, traditions, arts, history, folklore, anything, everything that is unified by race, ethnicity, nationality, language, beliefs, spirituality, socio-economic status, social class, sexual orientation, politics, gender, age, disability, you name it, you have it. It is everything put in common. That's the reason why I said that culture is way of life of anybody and everybody. And every culture, I stand by this statement when I say every culture carries with it a history of trauma. For examples, I have given a few. You know that you have been witnessing the ongoing Iran Israel and Palestinian war. It has been continuing and it will still continue. And you have also seen African American have a very bad cultural memory of slavery and persecution. And I'm sure when we talk about objects as the potential sources of giving you traumatic memory, I can say that when way back in 2017 or 18, when George Floyd was shot down by white police in America, there was a very, very strong outrage. Yes, maybe their George Floyd serves as an object of people definitely going back to those times when slavery was imposed on them and they were absolutely sometimes even persecuted too. So even these kind of a memories definitely will come to your mind when you have something like this going on. That's the reason why people say no object, no person, every culture carries with itself a history of trauma. I have given Jewish people who have cultural memories of the Holocaust, Cambodians have cultural memories of the killing fields, and then African Americans have slavery and persecution, Palestinians, we all know. So there are so many cultures have had trauma as their history. But the very important point that was even stressed in the first day of the of this particular conference, and now I would like to stress on, is histories definitely bring hope and coping skills. Yes, coping mechanism and hope is always found and is definitely to be found through histories. Definitely history has the history of trauma, but history can also offer you some hope and coping mechanisms and coping skills also by reading it. So this is about culture and trauma. Now moving on to impact of culture and trauma. Here, victims of traumatic events try not to remember, or they fail to remember their memories. And that is a place where they try to avoid narrating or sharing their experiences because they know that their memories are already fragmented. They have that anxiety, they have the sorrow, they have the guilt, they have depression, shame, or whatnot they have. And that is the very reason why either the victims, the direct victims, the witnesses of the trauma would not wish to remember, or they fail to remember. And this is a very reason. And the difficulty with traumatic memories is that it is for most of the people very intrusive, and it's their inability to forget. Yes, we have a lot of intrusions, we have a lot of mediations going on when we try and remember the traumatic events, and this is a very ability we are unable to forget that particular incident. And Karath, somebody was asking in the previous what I can call previous talk as neurosciences has a potential. Yes, I would like to mention here, Karath already, though she's a post-structuralist trauma critic, she relies on neurobiological approach of looking at trauma, which where she says that trauma affects your consciousness and memory. Especially if you look at the works of Bessel van der Kolk, he has been someone who has been working closely with neurobiological responses to trauma, where he says that the neurobiological experiences of trauma will give you a universal response to trauma because it is a speechless terror. It can never be speeched or voiced. And it also prevents any possibility that you will recall the memory and you will organize it, you will present it in a linguistic level. It is not possible. That is what he said. So the one who asked if the neurosciences has that particular power of really talking about trauma, you can definitely check out the works of Bessel van der Kolk and even to some extent Karath too, because they both relied for a few reasons on neurobiological approach also. Now coming back to Berliner and Breyer, they also understood the impact of trauma, which is a very complicated fact from the understanding that these traumatic events are unconfirmed personal accounts and they're frequently available when people try to speak them out, but when you try and put them on the par with historical events, you'll only have a dissonance. In the sense, I would like to make it very clear that what a person tries to narrate a trauma will definitely differ from what has actually happened as part of the historical event. What you witness cannot be directly put in the form of this is what I have experienced when you try and take the archival memory into consideration, that is historical events into consideration. And when we talk about the very famous Van der Kolk and Rita Fisler, they both talk about, they both divided the impact of trauma on memory into two things. You will have traumatic amnesia, that is loss of memory because of traumatic experience, or you will also have global memory impairment, which definitely makes it very complex for the victims to actually recreate what has happened as part of the traumatic theory, both in the past and the present. This particular slide is for those people who are willing to know trauma from neurosciences perspective. So you can definitely talk about impact of trauma in the form of traumatic amnesia, where you have a lot of loss of memory, and global impairment, where you are not able to really recollect trauma either from the past or from the present understanding. And now, the very important thing that I talked about, trauma and dissociation. This is what we call as a fragmentary aspect of memories. And there is something called sensory motor organization of traumatic experience, where trauma is organized on the levels of physical, mental, emotional states, so that you can have a little relief from trauma, so that you will have your physical memory little for some time devoid of trauma. And at the end of the day, you have one more level called affective level, which will affect you emotionally and psychologically. And there is one statement which really caught my eye. People are often able to develop a greater sense of control over their responses to trauma-related triggers, become more aware of the ways that trauma can affect mind and body, learn to differentiate between past and present, and develop the ability to pay attention to personal thoughts. Yes, people definitely have a greater sense of control over the responses to trauma-related triggers that they have. They become aware of the effect of the mind. They also become aware of the effect of the body. They try and learn to differentiate between past and present. And yes, they will develop that ability to give a personal understanding to the understanding to whatever trauma has actually foregone. And this is where the process of memory becomes absolutely central to the depiction of trauma's impact. Memory and trauma go hand in hand. They cannot exist in isolation. Even Brian also had talked about the same thing. I don't want to read that. He talks about the same thing. And one very important statement, defining trauma's effect on identity and memory as an interplay of external and internal factors as well as individual characters and cultural factors, creates a broader appreciation for the links between the singular and collective. This point I had been telling from the very beginning. When you try and restrict yourself to trauma only from the aspect of violence, you can never develop a newer insight. You can never go beyond. But when you try and give identity, memory, connecting it with trauma, definitely you'll be able to come up with new insights into appreciating this particular field, not only at a collective level, but also at an individual level of your understanding. And then this is the same repetition, but I would like to tell you that I told you that this is a very important point here, is that to capture the painful qualities of traumatic experiences and to convert traumatic memories into narrative memories, magic realism is an alternative narrative, because magic realism has an imaginative power. It has a magic ability to definitely transform, to at least for some extent numb the pain and proceed forward in terms of giving a new approach to traumatic narratives. And I have given the example of Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, where you know the character Offred that has a traumatic memory of her lost husband and girl. But Margaret Atwood was wonderful in weaving this story using magic realism. And I know that that's the reason why this particular text has been instantly very, very hit. And then impact of trauma on language. I had been telling this. This is the same thing. According to so many people, as I said, it is not possible that trauma can anytime be represented, because trauma has dissonance, trauma has gaps, trauma has no one linear alternative that you have so that you can construct it. And since trauma affects not only individual but also communities at large, it is very difficult for people to tangibly express it. No matter what kind of language we use to deal with trauma, it always gives us new meanings. It gives a new or an alternative reality, or maybe truth sometimes, but it will definitely differ from what it is supposed to be. And now, this is very important. When we talk about impact of trauma on language, there is someone called Ganchev and Onega. They argued that language only serves as a substitution for action. By its help, an effect can be abreacted. In the sense, it can be catharsis almost as effectively. Now, I would like to tell you here, I think you can read it. Canto and Onega argued that language serves as a substitute for action. What do I mean by that is that when I go back to Holocaust survivors like Elie Wiesel, he tells that it is a responsibility of the Holocaust survivors to not only talk about their trauma, but also of the trauma of the people who are surviving. Second, we had rap groups which talked about the Vietnam veterans who spoke very boldly about the effect of war and Holocaust on them. And you also had women domestic abuse support groups during that particular point of time who spoke about the haunting and daunting effects of trauma, not only on children, but also on women. So language here is actually helping people to call for an action. And it is also definitely helping people to put out their emotional, to channelize their emotional trauma that is within them by narrating and expressing their trauma indirectly or directly. Now we have Geoffrey Hartman. This is the man, I think everybody who is willing to know how narrative can help in understanding trauma language, poetry comes to your play. So here you can observe that he tells that literature can help in reading the wound of trauma. That's the reason why I said post-colonials say that there is a division between word and word, but even trauma studies say there is a difference between division between wound and word. In spite of that, as I said, Hartman says poetry has that. As I have given you the example of Philomena's story, which says that yes, it has got not the complete power, yet the indirectness of language has always held it so good that you can use it to some level to put the trauma of traumatic experiences of the traumatic people in a traumatic way at any point of time. So it's important that we often argue language really fails, but I must say language, though may not capture completely, it will definitely help us to capture an iota of traumatic understanding. Another very insightful critic, La Capra, he also talks about how literature can be used to claim trauma. He gives the examples of Toni Morrison's Beloved, which I already told you, and he also talks about Camus' The Fall. He gives the example of these two novels, and he says that here, trauma, though existing at an individual level, it creates an effect of mass trauma that happened to most of the people in the form of slavery or in the form of discrimination, anything. And there are some other trauma theorists too, like Herman, Bessel, Freud even, and everybody else who have discussed about, who have talked about all these things. And this is a very, very loving statement, because I like this, because this sums up entire thing of trauma studies, because it is how that we pursue from this. Post-structuralists, they don't have one kind of a linearity in word and word. So does trauma theories. They have no linearity, they say, between word and word. It's impossible is what they say. So this explanation is only given here. You can definitely, if I will put this PPT across to the organizers, they can definitely pass it on. To sum up, I would like to say that language is both trauma-like and potentially traumatizing. As that's what I said. Yes, language has got that potential trauma to be traumatic, and it also has that traumatizing effect that it leaves, maybe because of its narrative purposes. And then coming back to this very particular, I am ending my PPT. I'm sure I'm not boring people. So here, how exactly literature speak of trauma? To this question, how authors represent trauma in the stories they tell? How does trauma shape narratives? It's a very important slide to those scholars who are trying to write their thesis or who are trying to research into trauma theories. The answer comes in three forms. There are three tropes: indirection, absence, and repetition. And Hartman, Feldman, Carruth, and La Capra has given this particular understanding. What do you mean by absence? Carruth says that when there is a, I had been talking about the disruption and gaps. She says that when somebody tries to narrate the event as to what has happened and what has undergone, you cannot do that because there is a gap there. There is that dissonance, disassociation, latency, everything which will delay the experience. She gives the example of Sigmund Freud's Moses and monotheism in her unclaimed experience of trauma and terror. She says that it's a very, there is a small anecdote here. She says that the author actually, that is Sigmund Freud, composed this particular Moses and monotheism. He was writing this, but suddenly he had to depart from Vienna because he had Nazi armies approaching him. And as part of that, what happened? He had given an explanatory note material later, which said that Freud has to abandon for some time this particular publication because he left that particular point of time when he was writing this, owing to the fact that Nazi armies approached and he had left Vienna. And it is at this particular place where Carruth says that when Freud has left writing this particular novel, there is something called silence, which should actually be language. But because Freud had to leave Vienna owing to Nazi army's invasion, there is something called gap that existed. And when Freud anytime tried to talk about that later on in his summary and recapitulation, he said that he is not able to connect that where language should play. There is a silence completely and there is a gap. And this, he says, I would leave it like that because it's not possible for me to really put it across to people, is what he says. And this is what even Kathy Carroll actually. May I request somebody to unmute? I am about to end. Please don't. Please don't. And there is one thing called Hiroshima. As I said, this particular trauma studies is not only into literature, it is into art, it is into film studies, it is into cultural studies. There is one movie called Hiroshima Mon Amour, where a French actress, she was working in Japan. She tries to recall all the events that were surrounding her German lover's death during the World War II. But what happens is that in spite of she being the direct witness to that particular event, Carrot says that between the when of seeing the death of her lover and the when of his actual death, there is a lot of gap that cannot be bridged anytime. And when we talk about the other trope, that is indirection, here I can give you an example of Albert Camus' pandemic novel, which is very famous, that we had been reading the plot during the pandemic also, where we think that this particular novel is about pandemic, but no, it is a metaphor for the Nazi genocide, which is very traumatic. And here also, people have taken the use of traumatic realism to talk about trauma as a narrative. And the last trope that is used is you can talk about repetition and return. Again, for repetition and return, I already explained Toni Morrison's beloved novel, where language falls short. She tries to repeat the same word or some trope or some object, which will tell that now is a place where the victim is unable to experience or relive the trauma. To explain it to, it's not really possible. And now, when I talk about the very important effect of trauma on culture, as I have already said, literary texts, it is the same repetition how trauma is not only affecting one individual, but it is affecting several individuals, cultures, countries, nations, in the form of maybe rapes, wars, Holocaust, slavery, colonial oppression, etc. And then I have also discussed, these are the few people that I wanted to discuss when I talk about pluralistic model of trauma, that is the new theory. Trauma is never into now not only violence, it also talks about many other things. Here you can see Naomi Mandel's Against this Unspeakable Complicity, the Holocaust, Slavery. In this particular novel, she talks about how there are problems in speech when you try and talk about trauma, and the representation also must definitely have ethical obligations. You cannot talk about one sect of people in a better way when you're trying to narrate the traumatic events. You should follow ethical obligations when you do that. She also analyzed trauma and paradoxes of memorialization, exactly again from Toni Morrison's novel Beloved. We have Anne Setwokit's An Archive of Feelings. Here she talks about lesbian. This is one more area that the researchers can research into, the lesbian approach to trauma studies that you can really look at. And there is one more called Greg Forter's work in Gender, Race and Mourning in American Modernism. This talks about different types of trauma called punctual trauma and non-punctual trauma. Punctual trauma is one that will one catastrophe that occurs, but non-punctual trauma, they are something which will go beyond your daily events and even historical events also. And then there is somebody called Forter. Forter's trauma model is applied to post-colonial novels that talk about socio-political cultural forces in the drama. Now, the last slide, not to bore you much. What is the future of trauma studies? This is a very important thing. The future of trauma studies is ever growing, it's developing, and it is also adapting post-structural approach. It has new perspectives in the form of colonialism, feminist theory, ethnic studies, eco-criticism. And you can also see that in the near future, trauma studies will also make a very good leap into magic realism and uses of it for representation of the trauma. And here it is also pointed out by Jane Kilby that you have to now break the Eurocentric understanding of trauma and make trauma a globalized event, so that nobody is going to dominate. People are only going to have a non-Western view of trauma, and this can definitely help in therapeutically ailing people who were undergoing a lot of trauma as such. Very famous Krebs essays on close reading of Animata Forna's novel The Memory of Love also talks about how it is very important that trauma studies will ask for the local health services to come into play so that mental health is assured whenever there is a trauma. Also, it is very important. One very potential area of research in trauma studies is you definitely have to study trauma from the marginalized perspective. You should not ignore the traumatic experience of non-Western people and minority cultures. This is very, very important. And to conclude with, I would say that where factual representation of a violent reality fails because of a crisis of meaning, magical imagery takes over. That's what I take that magical realism is one such potential field where you can definitely try your hand at maybe representing the trauma. And these are few of the references, but as I said, I had really had a traumatic presentation myself because it took me a lot of time and it wasn't easy, and that's all it is. Thank you so much. I hope I have given a better understanding of trauma studies and impact of trauma on language, memory, and culture. With this, I end my PPT. Thank you so much, organizers. Just give me a moment. I'll stop sharing this. All right. Any questions? Oh, there are so many things in the chat. That's nice. Thank you so much. I'm glad that people found it interesting. Right, ma'am, I'm over to the questions. Oh, there are, if there are any questions. Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I know that it is traumatic. Maybe you're very, very exhausted. Is it so? The voice is that? No?
Hi, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, absolutely audible. I'll be glad if you can open your video too.
Yeah, but I'm not in a very good presentation mode because
All
I'm.
right. That's
I
fine.
think you have saved 1.5 years of my, research area. You have given me all the ways to now trot. I don't know how to say that because you can imagine how I am sitting right now. But I tell you, reservoir of knowledge is not the word for you. And you
Thank you
just
so much. Thank you so much.
8 days of toil. I cannot agree for 8 days of toil. I cannot agree because I was actually stuck with Kathy Carruth, and she's saying that unrepresentability of trauma is one among the keywords, but there are too many routes to go. And currently, I'm not revealing the whole topic of my research, but
I do not wish to because that may become a potential source for others to also research on, or maybe write the research papers too. So yeah, you please keep it confidential.
But but still, Vietnam War that you have touched, you said that there are so many unrepresentable aspects of it, and how Holocaust and collective trauma can, rebuild and hope to cope, what you said, and the identity crisis, especially with women and so much. So I am begging your PPT, right now because
Definitely, ma'am. We all are scholars. We all are in the literati. We all in the academia. I don't have a problem. I don't have any patents or, for that matter, copyrights on my PPT because I don't have a problem in sharing. I'll definitely make it a point to share with the organizers for sure. If it is of some help to you, I'm glad that I helped. Thank you so much.
It's not some help. It is like all, I don't know managing things like this. And I was just wondering, you are teaching in engineering college. Actually, you are supposed to be in some literature oriented college where, everybody can take.
This is a trauma, I can tell you. That we earn for teaching literature, but unfortunate that these engineering courses have no love for literature. They fail to understand that trauma stems actually from not knowing literature, and they are only stuck with that language aspects. You see, yeah, language politics is always there.
Anyways, thank you so much, and you blessed my day like Ratri made
Oh, thank you
properly.
so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Forward to getting your PPT so that we get a lot of hints.
Certainly. Let the organizers come back. I shall definitely put it.
Blessed and honored, ma'am.
May I switch on my audio? Absolutely, ma'am. You can definitely switch on. You can switch on your video too. Any question, I'm absolutely to you. Please.
Ma'am, good morning. Sorry, rather good afternoon.
I know,
Ma'am,
was it so traumatic that you forgot the day?
no, ma'am, thank you so much for this presentation. It was incredible. Ma'am, may I ask a very? I know this is a very basic question to ask. Yesterday, I finished my presentation, and I had actually talked about the the effect of effect of a war and the traumatic effects of a war and sexual violence on men, women, and children. But, ma'am, what I wanted to ask was if what about, since there is a lot of information on sexual violence and trauma, are there any specific theorists you would recommend for child sexual abuse and the repetition of trauma, ma'am?
I'm
Because
glad that you asked me this question, ma'am. I'm really actually pausing you with a lot of excitement because let me tell you, somebody asked about neurobiological and neurosciences approach to theories of trauma, right? And I would like to point out that when it comes to childhood studies or children's studies, I am actually, I have done my research in children's and young adult fiction. Let me tell you, there is one very rich area, though not really related to war, but how neurologically children will be able to make a sense of war and its effects, though there is no one particular person who writes on that. As I stated, if you take the pluralistic model and few of the writers who write on war, yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to get some insights into how they have also written war affecting not only women but also children too. I'm sure about it. You can get very good inputs from there.
ma'am, I'm sorry, I could not hear you properly. Your video.
I would say those people who are writing on war trauma, if you look
Yes,
up
ma'am.
to their studies, because there's no one person writing that, you can definitely go back and search. They will definitely give you an understanding about what is the effect of war not only on women but also on children. And ma'am, let me make it very clear: as such, children studies is not still the mainstream genre. People don't choose it actually, so you can't expect much out of it. But yes, as I really struggled for my thesis, if you struggle a little from this very trauma narratives on war, you will definitely find something as interesting as it is. By the way, I forgot to actually include, there was one paper that I was reading which had something to do with children's trauma too, but that was not an open access. It was actually closed. So I'll do one
Okay,
thing.
ma'am.
I will also put it in my references. I can forward it to the organizers. You can use it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, just one last point. Ma'am, when they talk about communal trauma, I mean, community trauma and collective trauma, one aspect which I wanted to ask was, what about we look at, like, for example, an ethnic community or like in the case of Holocaust, we look at it from an ethnic community perspective. What about a gender community perspective, ma'am? How does one person's trauma affect the entire country of, I mean, the entire gender community in a country, like we saw in the Nirbhaya rape
I
case?
got your question, ma'am. I got
Yeah.
your question. That's the reason where I have given you an example of Beloved by Toni Morrison. That can be an intergenerational trauma of the character that Toni Morrison tries to place in her novel. But do you not agree with me? Or is there any disagreement with me when you say that that particular gendered violence of African women was put through by Americans or by anybody in the entire US? Was it not? Was it common only?
Absolutely, ma'am. No, ma'am. The significance of Black women's perspective is very necessary. No, no, I'm just asking. No, no, I'm not. I'm not putting it under the radar, of course, because the thing with Toni Morrison's narratives, naturally, it gained prominence because of the need for Black women's perspectives. But my question was, when it came to the Indian perspective, or rather the South Asian perspective, we once again look at it from, since we do not have we have caste perspective and we have that type of perspective. What about the gender community as a whole, ma'am? Do you think it is possible, or do you think the concept of caste and religion does take prominence?
Got you, ma'am. I got you. That's the reason why I think when I ended it, we always have a pluralistic trauma model where, and even one of the writers, one of the critics says that it is very important that you have to now think about trauma studies from a not Western perspective and a Eurocentric perspective, but from a non-Western, and you should be able to even talk about the marginalized voices also who are actually facing trauma. For now, since I'm a post-colonial what I can call post-colonial proponent in my field, I have no what I can call ties with Indian understanding. I'm sure this is what we are here for. This particular conference organized by this college was for the very understanding and discourse that trauma can no longer only be looked from a suffering of that Eurocentric eyes. It can definitely move beyond and take the narratives of even the marginalized also. And now, since you told me and asked me this question, certainly I'll be very happy if you would look into if this manifestation is also on the Dalit literature that we have, the marginalized literature that we have when we come to Indian and South Asian perspectives. If there are something like that, you can definitely potentially research. Even I am writing it down because this is a very interesting topic. Even I will look into as to how trauma manifests into the marginalized narratives of Indian perspectives also. Thank you so much for that insight. I haven't
Thank
come
you,
across
ma'am. Thank you so much.
I
Thank
haven't
you.
come across I haven't come across anything like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm glad for this question. I will also look up today. Ma'am, can you elaborate on how the transient nature of memory serves as both a benefit and a detriment to individuals coping with traumatic experiences? As some individuals tend to avoid confronting their trauma, leading to denial and repression. This can prevent effective processing and healing, potentially leading to unresolved trauma. May I point out here that when we talk about trauma, how it is very absolutely it is very fleeting, and yes, memory sometimes serves as both a benefit and a detriment. And yes, as you were asking questions even in the previous session to that, yes, how can people come up with this? And if we are able to really channelize our memories and channelize our problems, traumas via memory by catharsis and everything, will it help? Ma'am, largely I would say you to whoever asked me this question, there is no one method, there is no one way that you can say that this works as a foolproof to all. You have a trauma which will range from maybe your individual level that will even point out to a collective cultural as well as national level too. So when you try and restrict to trauma saying that it is at an individual level, how can I cope, what are the coping mechanisms, or if I don't cope, what happens? Let me tell you, there is nothing like coping, nothing like coming to terms with it, because when you talk about your own memory itself, it has gaps. What you actually witness is not what you try to really recall. So by the time you try and really get back to the original incident itself, you lost half of the power to recreate the same condition. So it's always better that you feel memory and trauma, which are very interlinked, as something which will pass on slowly with the help of you trying to consciously never come back to that. But as I said, objects, incidents, and situations will definitely give you all those instances where you come back to that. So healing as such is never there. I think you can only find a solace. I use this word called, it's a very literary word, solace. You can only find solace in trying to coping with it rather than trying to avoid, prevent, heal, or trying to even solve it anytime. You cannot do that because it is ingrained in your subconscious. And I wish you read Sigmund Freud's initial books on hysteria, because he says where you think in the brain memory, where you think that in the subconscious I have a trauma and my memory is acting on it, what happens is that both of them will try and make place, but nothing can stand there. This will appear as it is and this will also appear as it is. Only when the time comes, it comes to the foray, is what he actually says in his historical notes that he writes in his whatever novels that he writes. So there is nothing that you can find, there is no resolve. It's only that you can find only a solace, and you can cope up by trying to not have the triggers of them. That's all. Right? Anything else? I'm glad that there are questions, and I'm glad that I have been given new insights by the participants too. We learn, relearn, unlearn each day. That's very important. Right? Anything else? I'm glad. Anybody else? Anything else? If you could tell me, that would be better. No more? Okay, let's have a full stop and a period to trauma now. So there are 2 new messages. No, ma'am, hysteria is not about actually females only. It has no gender. It's absolutely common in both men and women. Nobody mentioned it only from a female's point of view. No, it's not. at least in literature, according to Sigmund Freud. Right. Ma'am, shall we mark the end of the session?
I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Vyoma Shriti for delivering such an impactful session on impact of trauma on memory, language, and cultural narratives. Your detailed explanation surpassed conventional notions, and your expertise in elucidating this topic is truly commendable. Your articulation of the connection between trauma, memory, and culture was both insightful and profound. Thank you for sharing your invaluable insights with us, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Trauma. Yes, the narrative stopped actually. So yes, thank you so much, the organizers, and thanks, ma'am, for your constant keeping up with me. And I have no idea if you really influenced the audience who are here, or I have definitely given them some inputs about trauma theory, because trauma is no longer what you expect is to be only as violence. It has surpassed that, is what I said, and I've been repeatedly telling you all. And if there are some questions, if there are some queries, as I said, as I agreed, I'll definitely send the PPT to the organizers. And yes, I have no problem. Anybody can share it, look it up, and then they can use it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much to the organizers. I think I have justified the session, and it's been wonderful. And thanks to that lady, I don't remember her name, who has given me new insight into looking at the trauma in Dalit studies also from Indian perspective. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can we have a group photo?
Of course, for sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
Am I all right? Or am I looking traumatic?
No, ma'am.
I don't think so.
Manu, sir? Yeah. The participants can also join us, please. Anyone else? Yeah, I think we are done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I think you placed your session, as the fourth session, the finale session, and I think we did justice. No, good. We placed it there, and I think you did justice, ma'am. It was like a dam that had been, opened. No, we are still processing. I think most of the silence is because we are still processing.
I'm glad. Even it is said that silence is a very potential form of narrating the narrative, ma'am, in trauma. So I'm glad that silence is speaking now.
Exactly. Silence is profound.
Exactly.
Gayatri, that's it, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think, ma'am, we have initiated the parallel sessions. From 12:30, the parallel paper presentation sessions have started. Those who wish to attend, feel free to join any of the links, Gmeet links that have been posted in the group. Thank you, ma'am, and I request you to join us during the valediction. As and when the session is over, the paper presentation sessions, we'll keep you posted. We'll update you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, all of you. I hope the trauma and traumatic sessions will never be traumatic to you all, and you'll enjoy all the lectures and the papers too. Wishing you all the very best, and keep going. Bye-bye.
Bye, ma'am. Bye. Thank you.
Ma'am, when do we join for the valedictory?
Ma'am, right now parallel sessions are going on. Once it gets over, we have started the first set of parallel sessions. When this is done, another set is there. Okay, then we will initiate the valediction.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Ma'am, regarding paper publication and any other feedback and everything else, we'll keep you posted in the WhatsApp group and we'll mail the participants. Ma'am, the participants may now leave for their respective sessions and rejoin us in the same Zoom link for the valediction. The time will be posted in the WhatsApp group.